Neighbors across the way, look, they get buck naked over there at the park.
Built this nation with our bodies and brain. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man. You choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map. We was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man? You can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy spat with disgusting is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just say
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just say
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds. forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears for 100 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We LPA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been there all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to power, our roots and trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're here reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pay. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Throw in the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just Cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear, not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face, no disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We're really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Feeling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, drip vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a poo face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. where y'all from. Where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode from Black News. I'm your host, Che Krummer, joined with the other host, Lady Che, And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka and Corey. And we're joined with our Asian ally, Michael. Greetings, Michael.
Yep, greetings, Tashi.
Season 6, episode 35 of Trade 5, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. We'll be discussing several topics. The first one is, of course, those tangibles. Continue to mass up the tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2100. Then we got National Urban League are helping the Democrats to stop the SAVE Act. Claim it will stop us from voting. Oh my God. Then we got the Hebrew Israelites ran down on Ocean Springs about Nolan Wells. Asian stores are closing and FBA grand opening wealth transfer. Asian business owners speak out on closing stores and boycott. Hard-headed Black woman who went to Asian nail shop complains when they force her to pay. Elon Musk, the musty man, the richest man in the world right now. Hey, Goddess Nami.
Hi, Goddess.
Complains when they force her to pay. Elon Musk could be headed to prison. Then we got Missouri floods hit sundown towns. Chud the Builder, look-alike Remington McCall, loses everything after mocking Nolan Wells' death. He went to a party with 100 white people, and this happened. White boys warn Blacks about hanging around white people. Black Americans, melanated other persons like Godfrey shouldn't speak for us. And more sundown towns destroyed in Texas. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado, getting news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also Signal Boosters are New Black Media. I'll be shouting you out, Lady Shay. And we have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which started back in 2020. 2021. Excuse me. Please make sure y'all like it. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party. Self-defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign. It has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parasick at A-Chain Krumah. That's how we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora. The local events for both Denver and Aurora, the Black events, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I'll be doing tomorrow, like I've been doing for the past 10 years. Then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Dawn. Make sure y'all sub to that as well. She needs 3 more subscribers and she'll be able to go live on that channel. So let's make it happen tonight. We got 6 people watching. So 3 of you subscribe and she's there. And then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all check that out. She just did an RBA this morning. And she's sitting at 88 subscribers, so let's get her past 90. Then we got her main, that's her main channel. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Janet 1. Make sure y'all sub to that as well. Shabaka needs 6 more subscribers. So let's see when we get that tonight. Make sure y'all sub to Janet 1. So Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. Then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. What's Cracking to Me with Jay Militant. And the link to his channels in the description. Then we got our brother Kukizi up the Mile High. Come up with the FBA culture reports. And he used to do the intro.
I'm sorry, guys.
This is the intro for Frontline Black News. The link to his channel is also in the description. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega, my brother from another mother, who's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, but is now in Houston, Texas. And not Houston, Texas, Leesburg, Virginia. I keep getting them confused with church. Make sure y'all sub it to Breeze Omega. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's originally from Watts, California, but is now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He was live earlier as well. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for like a decade plus now, and put Lisa Cabrera on, and had the We Fought Back series along with several other series. And so make sure y'all check him out. Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube. It's almost at 78,000 subscribers. Let's get them there tonight. Then we got honorable mentions like Alpha Network, Afro Elite, Still Love God, Lisa Cabrera, Professor Black Truth, Jason Black, Vicky Dillard, and anybody else that's part of New Black Media, Jay Dizzle. I've been naming people all night, but y'all know who y'all are. If you're part of New Black Media, make sure y'all subscribe to Taylor House Media, all of them. Then we got last but not least, our brother Black Troops United. He came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book. Oh, he's gonna go live tomorrow. Okay, cool. We came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to the Rolodex, the link to his channel, and the link to the submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. Also, the link to the FBA threat database is also in the description. And shout out to our brother. He joined us briefly last night. And he shared this on Twitter, so salute to him for doing that. And then we got the reparations, or Freeman Reparations Party merch. Make sure y'all check that out. The link to that is in the description. Shout out to Church for putting that together. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. The link to that petition is also in the description. Then we got Congresswoman Nikema Williams introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black Hate Crimes Act Now. That's Michael's petition. Shout out to Michael for putting that together. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got Take Action Now. Sister Bush call to action. Well, that's over now, but you can check out her Even Melanin and her backup channel, Brooks. And the link is in the description. Then we got the Reparations for Descendants of American Slaves Act. The Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Change GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. And then we got our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet all over that. Nabisco, racist white supremacist, Chut the Bussy, Chut the Builder, Dalton Equally. Make sure y'all donate to our brother Joshua Hart's GoFundMe. He's almost at his goal. So let's help get him there tonight. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that together. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got myself, who was a candidate on the ballot for office here in the state of Colorado, for Colorado State House of Representatives, for House District 8, Historically Black District. And the link to my website is in the description. And then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances are made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet and in this realm and in this time, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, that's education, that's entertainment, that's labor, that's law, that's politics, that's religion, that's sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, And that was by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly 10 years ago. Excuse me, not 10 years ago. A year ago, at the age of 95, produced Justice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., produced Justice.com. And last but certainly not least, it was Dr. Francis Cress Welsing who passed away 10 years ago. Our warrior, teacher, warrior, scholar, master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who came up with racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. May she rest in power. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, she passed when she was 80 and she would have been 90 as of Lord, this app is still on. Sorry about that. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. So we're gonna hop right into it with the tangibles. So this is the year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2100. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of our child slavery freedmen, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading for the past 7 years, the tangibles. So instead of 2020, it's 2026, but everything else remains the same. So the 2026 midterm elections are underway right now. The 2027 Denver and LA elections are coming up. And the 2028 presidential elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups of minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, underserved, underprivileged, underrepresented, distressed, vulnerable, downtrodden, marginalized, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like I said, right now it's the midterms for 2026. Then in 2027, we got the Denver and LA elections. And then in 2028, we got the next presidential election. And foundational Black Americans or Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus, or excuse me, are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our votes. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, simply when I vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And that's exactly what we've been doing for the past 7 years. Spreading this hashtag far and wide on social media, announcing the political lexicon. And they're all here as tangibles, but tangibles for everybody but us. And we need our tangibles. That's something real. That's something with substance. That's something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. reparations, i.e. a check, i.e. I thought that was sharing, but y'all get the gist. I.e., direct lineage cash payment, reparations for descendants of my child slavery freedmen, an end of qualified immunity in all 50 states, an anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill, tax exemption for the next at least 250 years, and land grants, land allotments specifically to foundational Black Americans. If they're not offering any of that, don't waste your time voting for them. And that goes for the local, state, and federal level. So tangibles, not symbolism, but tangibles. What are your thoughts, Lady Trey?
A whole bunch of things. Well, I don't know. Hi everybody. I had this a major audience, probably got the benefit, so probably keep it. Chester's. I would say tangibles. At the local level right now, we're really looking at musical political chairs, or political musical chairs, like my favorite season. And we're just to see things are changing this season with the democratic socialism, and the conservative Republicans. Either way, it's not looking good all the way around. So just focus right now on your main local level, or what you can do at the state level, or what is tangible. If it benefits you and your Black family and your Black interests. Other than that, I mean, I don't really. Me personally, I would say hold your vote. Even though that things are changing with some of these other podcasters or whatever, New Black Media podcasters, and then the alignment keeps shifting, and so I don't really know where it is. So I'm just gonna go off of what I know is to be good, solid, and true, which is the fundamentals. Vote for your Black interests, tangibles, and your Black interests, or hold your vote. I don't know about all this other shit. I think that as you got like some of the nuances changing, people are like going with this follow the leader type, follow the most popular version, I guess, of the youngsters. And I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing when it comes to what we're talking about as far as FBA and how we should be moving. I don't necessarily see some of these things as good and right and exact. I think some people are just showing to be, they think they're bigger than the program, and they forgot the fundamentals of where everybody started off with, as in listening to our veteran New Black Media. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. I hear a lot of different ways of movement in considering the New Black Media. Ooh, the New Black Media is concerned with some of these new podcasts. It may be like maybe a year or two in, maybe 3. You know, and then they're doing a whole different political dialogue. It's kind of like might not necessarily be right for us. It might be not all that right for us, even though we're cleaning up and we're delineating and we're changing our stance on shit. Some things might not be right for us. You know, some levels. You know, I'm not really sure how I feel about it. So I would just say I would just say that I would stick to what we know to be right, true, and exact. Vote on our Black interests, vote on our local level, ask the right questions, and like real shit. 1 minute we're about reparations, asking questions about reparations, expert or not. I kind of have to wonder what the fuck is really going on. You know what I mean? Like, I really have to think about it like that. Because there are other things other than our reparations that are important, but I thought that was the whole point of the Black agenda.
Yeah.
And now I start to see that maybe that's not everybody's black agenda. You know what I mean? And I'm not like, it's not lost on me. So family, from over here, I'm just gonna say this. The code is the leader. No one is above the program. Right? No one is above reproach. Anybody and everybody can get it. We just have to stay focused. We're in a marathon, not a sprint. This is gonna take a little longer than most things are. We're in a fucked up ass administration. So we need to be looking at everything that's happening around us, which is stay current on the news, and if you can, and be out there outside of your local area to really listen, to really see what's going on, because it's a lot different outside than it is on the internet. That's all I gotta say. Tangibles. Hold your boat like you hold your motherfucking swill at night. Or you hold your babies. Whatever way you want to. I don't know. I don't care. At some point in time, I think I'm gonna cuff everything just for the sake of argument. I don't want nothing to happen to my shit, okay? I'm gonna be cuffing everything. Just to protect myself. Let's just say tangible. What you can actually see, feel, you can read in black and white. No, everything now that's gonna be presented to us is gonna be in broad and ambiguous language. It's gonna be written for everybody. And we're gonna have to be the ones to decipher this is a fucking craziest line. This is a brand new line on my hand. You're gonna have to be able to decipher from the bullshit, the broad ambiguousness of it all, and to really just take the bits and pieces of it. I wouldn't say I'm a trusted fucking source, because I would just say that I'm not liking the way some things are moving with these nuances. And no, it's not tether activity or plebiscite battle. It's right there in your face. And somebody has to be realistic to look forward and ahead and say, I don't know if this might be the good look that we really want to move with, considering we made it this far with the black agenda. Let's not really rock the boat and take away from our actual goals. In case you're not listening to things, you gotta listen with your black ears, and your black eyes. Okay, really decipher it that way. That way, you get the full understanding of what's being said, instead of reading between the lines. Just turn on blackness, and see, you'll be able to see everything clearly for what it really is and what it really isn't. You see what I'm saying? You'll thank me later. Go ahead, tangibles.
All right, thank you for that, Lady J. All right, Michael, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
The tangibles, absolutely very important for American freedmen. Going between 2026 and beyond, and can't really disagree on Lady J, because candidates, incumbents are going to always use vague terms, messages, try to get foundational Black American voters to vote, but not offer substance. And I'll add that I think it's very important when you hear politicians and Ken is talking about vague promises for foundational Black Americans, always use Chat GPT as a third eye, for other sources as a fourth eye, because especially Chat GPT can do a breakdown very quickly, so you know where the candidates stand on lineage-based policies. And this also goes to third-party candidates. If they want FBA's votes, got to be specific and exclusive for foundational Black Americans, in addition to fighting for universal policies for all American citizens. And pretty much reparations is going to be a game changer.
Yeah, you're right, Michael. I think you're absolutely correct on that. I think that we can't lose sight of how we got here, family. Just because things are moving oh so great and everybody's feeling themselves right now. Just remember, we've been here for 10 plus years. And we wouldn't have got here if it wasn't for our veteran new Black media. You know what I mean? The ones that put the battery in the back from the jump. And I feel like we're losing sight of all of that for like what's the popular version of whatever. And some of us are old enough to know better. You know what I mean? Like, if you really think about it, yeah, they tighten off. You know, they feeling themselves way too much. You know what I mean? But we can't lose sight of how we got here, family. If it wasn't for TBA, Professor Black Truth, Sharif,
Right.
you know what I mean? So a couple other Michi, not Michi, excuse me, Vicky Dillard, stuff like that. Even with the Uncle Phil, just with the, you know what I mean? There's been some guidance.
Yeah.
You did. So I just want to say that because, you know, we got motherfuckers always trying to downplay, and just because they know a little something doesn't mean that the whole thing is just a wash. Like, it's almost like the point of separation is almost ugly. Like, you're not gonna have anything if everything has been separated by hairlines and motherfucking accents. You might as well have 9 people on the team, cuz if we're gonna go like that, then everybody has a problem. There's a problem with everybody. You know what I mean? They're too light skinned, they're too dark skinned. They got a fucking weird ass word and they go. They got tethered activity and tethered words. You know what I mean? They speak broad in their business, but they for everybody. They may or may not be foundational. We don't know. They don't know. You think at this point in time, you're basically ciphering out. You delineated and segregated to the point where there's like 9 people left in the world. What we gonna do with that? You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying, really look into it. Like, really look into it. You got off-brand motherfucking wenches telling other people who and what the fuck they are based on whatever. You see what I'm saying? Just so they could be, you know, just so they could be back up to whatever or whomever. And in the reality, the principal point is, if this is about lineage, and this is about the Black agenda, which is reparations and cutting the check, we should really focus on the main substance of it all. Everything else, yes, that's funny. But everything else, that's it. That's all it is funny. Because we're at war. So if you segregate, you separate, which I'm all for segregation and separation. Don't get me wrong. I'm the first one to want to say it, right? Other than B. I'm like the first one that's ready to be a Black separatist all fucking day long. However, family, let's be realistic. Be realistic. We are at war. And as much as we talk about waking coons and motherfuckers up, you got the other hand talking about, oh, they fucking stupid. They got a little weirdness about themselves. They got a way 5 forehead, motherfucking whatever. Because this is some weird shit one moment or something else next. You know what I mean? And we done kick them out to the curb because of some other shit. Now there's only 10 of us on the front line for all 50 fucking states. And everybody's coming for the reparations claim and don't want to put in no work. Let's think about it like that, because that's where it's heading. And if we're not doing it to ourselves, then we got AI, white folk, doing it to us. And the administration and whatever else is on the opposite spectrum of us, which is everything and everybody. So I can understand, you know what I mean? The separations, boycott, I got it. You got lost on me, bro. I'm just saying that some of these people are not seeing the big picture ahead of what does Jason Blacc say? Jason Blacc says a motherfucker they can prophesize the future and see what's ahead of the game, right?
Yeah.
I'm a forward thinker. I'm forward envisioning. We're gonna be fucked because of all the bullshit giggling and shit we're doing. Is really just it's instead of educating, we just like, you know what I mean? And unfortunately, when motherfuckers join the military, they gotta be trained. When they am I wrong? When you join any militancy, you gotta be trained, right?
Yep.
Right. So then we at war, no?
Yes.
So unfortunately, we're gonna have to train our motherfucking bucks, bear, witches, coons, and motherfucking shambles, or else we can't afford to keep losing people just because there's 55 million of us.
Casualties of war.
I don't give a fuck, cuz. You want to be the only? You want to be one of the 9 people?
We don't need everybody.
You want to be the only 9 people out of holding 50 states?
We don't need everybody.
You don't want to be it? Yes or no?
Yes.
One of the 9 holding 50 states down. I don't think you got it in you, cuz.
I think I do.
I don't think so.
I think I've had it down.
Not 9. The one like 10 people.
7 years.
Are you serious?
We don't need a whole lot of people.
For 50 fucking states?
We don't need that many people.
Are you serious? What does war look like?
There's like 49 million of us.
Jesse.
Yeah.
You stupid. You're not seeing the big picture.
You're not seeing the big picture. There's 49 million of us.
And if you kick all 49 million out,
how are you kicking all 49 million out?
If everybody's something wrong with everybody,
how
do you have 49 million people left?
How are you kicking them out?
Listen to what I'm saying, cuz. If everybody's talking about this person's this way, this person's that way, and you kick them out the motherfucking thing, not only, but you just can't be bothered, right? Is it not happening? I can name at least 4 motherfucking podcasters doing that actively right now currently. So, can you? Is that okay?
So we're not supposed to separate the wheat from the chaff? I don't understand, cuz.
All right. Look, in my visionary of this world, like we at, I don't envision being my only person on the front line. Okay. Just so you know, like what leadership looks like, the leader's trying to tell the other one to follow her because it's dumb to be the only one out there by yourself. So you could just get killed by yourself and nobody else will be able to help you. Okay, so just say. So you go ahead and get bumped off in the front lines. Okay, I'm gonna be right there too, but I'm not getting bumped off. So I'm just gonna be, oh, Jesse down. I wonder what I'm gonna do. I guess I'll just walk over him. That's how it's gonna go down because you don't want to do.
That's how you think it's gonna go down.
That's how it's gonna go down.
That's how you
because you don't want to do the thinking. Like you don't want to think forward.
You always want to think
forward.
But you can't think yourself out the current situation you in.
What you talking about?
I was talking about I'm thinking.
Jesse, don't you think I've already thought about
Where
that?
do you see yourself in 5 years, guys? Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Have you thought about that?
Yes.
Because you think so far ahead.
Yes, I got goals.
All right.
I do got goals. I told you about that the other day.
Okay.
Don't test my motherfucking gangster because I'm an Aries.
So where do you?
I got the fucking stamina for
Aries.
days, what you talking about?
Aries.
We at the top of the fucking food
You can have
chain.
stamina all you want. If you don't have no goddamn direction,
argue with you,
it's a waste of
I didn't come to
time.
argue with you. What I meant to say was tangible, Jesse. It's tangibly, not forward thinking to think ahead of the future. That's where I'm going with that. Okay. Are you gonna sit here and argue semantics and whatnot?
We're already in the future.
No, we're not, Jesse.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not. We're in the present.
We're living
This
into
is
the future.
present. The future is tomorrow.
Okay.
We're in the moment
It's
of
our-
today. Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. Somebody say I'm wrong. Are we not in present? Yesterday was the past. Today's the present. Tomorrow's the future. Is that not how it works? Reading from the middle. Is that not how it works?
Yeah. So,
Okay, so am I wrong though?
no, buddy, we're not living in the future. We're just living in the present.
We're in the
We're
present.
just living for the moment.
So you gotta look forward, right? To the future.
Yes, buddy. So what do you see? What do you foresee, Oracle, in the future?
You're not listening? Are you not listening? I just went over it like for 30 minutes.
So you're saying that we're weeding people out? That's what we're supposed to be doing. Everybody can't come along for the ride. Like, what is wrong with
You
you?
missed the boat. You're on the dock, and the boat is leading down that way.
Okay. Well, you missed the train and left like 20
No,
minutes
because
ago.
I'm not. I didn't miss nothing. I caught everything. That's why I said it. I didn't miss shit. I caught everything.
Okay.
But you're taking away from the main.
What is
meat
the
of this.
point? Jesus.
Tangibles, cuz it's tangible to look forward to the future, to have a fucking plan, to know what you're gonna ask these people, to know what to expect for fucking 4 years. That's where I'm going with this, guys. It's so simple. I don't understand why it's so difficult.
Can we please move on to the next topic? Because Jesus Christ.
That's right.
10 minutes of tangible for your vote. Like the Lynch always saying.
You see how like low grade energy that is?
Because you're draining, guys. Like it's so draining. It's like draining
That's
to
why
be
you
around
got
you.
stamina to go like 3 fucking days.
It's draining to be around you, guys. Especially when you talk so pessimistic.
What?
You're weeding people
Get
out. Get on my level, guys. I've been doing this shit since before you came anywhere in the picture.
Yeah, let's move forward. You're right.
You're late.
You're right. No, you're late.
You're late.
Right. Can you? I said you're right. Can you just move forward?
Jesus.
Can I see the lighter, please? I can like this. Thank you.
So moving on.
Pick up that energy.
Yeah. Moving along, National Urban League are helping Democrats to stop the SAVE Acts. Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on that.
I don't know why he wants to push that SAVE Act so much. It's not really going to be helpful.
It's not going to be helpful. Having people show their ID. Yes.
You haven't read it?
All it is pushing ID.
But you didn't read it.
Okay, read it.
Read it.
No.
Yeah, read it.
Urban League.
I'm glad.
We're going to go to their website and show exactly what they're about and what they say their mission is to do. And that way you fair to them to make sure you report exactly what's accurate about the Urban League. And then we're going to get to, their position on the SAVE Act. Now, the SAVE Act is something Trump's trying to get through. My position on that, I can care less either way about what they do with the SAVE Act. Personally, I live in a Republican-controlled state. And we've been having voter ID forever. Ever since I've been voting in the state of Texas, we've had voter ID. And, somebody asked me proof of citizenship, I got it. I got birth certificate, I got passport, I got anything they need, I got it. Marriage license, I got anything they can think of to prove that I'm a citizen of the United States of America. I don't think it's that hard to get. And one thing about Black people, we're great at keeping our records because why? Because we get accused of so many different things. So that's why we always try to keep our records, right? I don't even delete emails. I just pay for more storage because I've proven certain things. People say they didn't pay certain things or I didn't pay something. Say, oh, no, I did. Yes, I did. Here's the receipt right here. Don't lie on me. Oh, our bad. We didn't realize. Oh, yeah, you didn't realize till I showed you a receipt. That's why I don't delete emails. I don't delete nothing. I pay for more storage. I don't like deleting text messages. I just like I pay for whatever I got to pay for, a larger capacity phone, whatever. I just don't like deleting nothing when it comes to anything, especially digital, any kind of records. So now I know I'm not the only Black person in America who does that. I know I'm not the only one. So a lot of us have what we need. Now, with that being said, we're going to get to that, ladies and gentlemen. Once it's Friday and y'all's getting close to, I know it's crazy that now you're having to buy back to school things now and all of that. And I actually want to give a shout out to Camps by KT. I want to give a shout out to her. They had a money and leadership course today. My daughter and many other all Black children was attending and teaching our kids about money management and how to deal with money, how to invest money, things like that. That I was so proud to see all those parents in there, having the children in there to learn about money. I wish that's something I could have learned at an earlier age. I probably wouldn't have made some of the financial mistakes I made. So get our children in things like that, that they can go learn something. Social media is great, but we got to give our kids something practical. And trust me, how they handle money is a difference between if they stay broke constantly, because a lot of times it's not even how much money you get, it's how much you keep it. And when you do keep it, how you use it. Because some people just get a lot of money in their hands and it go right out their hands. Like my grandfather said, it's like burning your hand and you go spend it on stupid things that you don't even need, right?
or don't save it, or don't invest where you need to invest. And so definitely learn about money at any age, right? Trust me, I've learned a lot myself by making a lot of mistakes. And I don't think, people should have to learn that way. That's always the hard way, right? And here's the thing. My children is not going to, I don't believe I'm going to have Social Security. So I have to be in a position where I don't need it. If it's there, great. But I for surely, if for some reason my generation gets it, which I doubt it, for surely my little girl's generation probably not going to have it, right? Because the robots take over and the robots do all the jobs. And if they're predicting it to be accurate that you're going to work because you want to work, not because you have to, because the robots and the AI are going to do it all, well, it's probably not going to be no Social Security for you. So you better learn how to you just better learn how to get it already, right? Teach your kids about money. Also, once again, thank you. I always say this every day because it's the truth. Thank you for supporting us on the African Diaspora News Channel app. As I said before, this is a place that we're leasing. We don't own YouTube. It is owned by Google Corporation, and they make decisions on whatever they want. And so when it comes to memberships here and all that, I don't control that. That's Google's control. The only memberships I control is on our app because it's ours. We're talking about wealth transfer, and it'd be great that we can just transfer 1% of that to our app, $9.99 a month. We got it affordable, definitely affordable. Also, I appreciate all the feedback we've been getting about LaSherica. So I'm going to be working on the next episode this weekend. I have to go write every bit of that out. I got it in my head, but I got to write it down on paper. So the next episode of LaSherica, I'll be working on that. Hopefully I can get that out, next week or so. But I want to make sure I write it down right so it can just be done just right. But the way I want to do it, my vision is everything connects, right? It doesn't, like the Marvel thing. It's not something just random. So you're like, you have to go watch the first episode to understand what's all happening here because everything connected from the last episode to go, further and further and further. That's kind of like how I want to do that with that particular series. There's some other series I'd like to do too, even maybe some mini movies, but we'll think about that as we go along, as the budget comes along as well. You say, how do you change payment methods? You got to do it through the, either the website or the app. I'm pretty sure I see a lot of people asking those questions a lot with and that's a big help for us. The AI virtual assistant, that's helped us out a lot. Oh my God, that's helped us out a lot. Man, shout out to the AI virtual assistant with that. But just go through the prompts that's through the virtual assistant and that can be done. It's not too hard, in my opinion. But anyway, let's go ahead and roll this real quick, and then we'll be right back.
In H-Town, we want news that speaks truth, just like we do.
ADNC keeps me informed and him inspired.
We've been through too much to trust mainstream media. This feels like us.
From the D to the diaspora, ADNC is how I stay woke.
We binge ABNC like it's Netflix, but smarter.
They speak on us, but never for us. ADNC does.
No fluff, no filters, just the truth, daily.
From Wall Street to 125th, we're watching our news.
Download the African Diaspora News Channel app today to stay connected to the culture.
Yeah, MPS corporations, that's going to be more addressed in the next iteration of the app itself. That's something that we're really addressing, actually. That's going to be in a new update. Much better comment system, way much better comment system on the next iteration of the app. And then from there, I know we got to redo the website as well, but we want to get the app done first because most people view us by app or mobile. Then after that, TV. So I'll probably do this app first, mobile. Then we'll do this. We got to do the TV app That'll be next. And then so we got a little process, but just bear with us. All right, here we go. Let's go to the National Urban League. It's Friday. I don't want to take too much of your time. So let me go to this website and let's start here. So y'all can go look at this when you get a chance yourself. So you say Phil's not just, oh no, not the picture of LaSherica. Not that. This one. All right. So we're on the National Urban League's website. This is their About page. On their About page, they have a section, as you can see here, called Mission and History, but we're doing the mission. All right. So this the page here. Now you see all black people here. You don't see all these people of color stuff, but you've seen all black people in the beginning. All right. So the mission and history is uplifting, empowering Americans. That's interesting. Since 1910. So the National Urban League is a historic civil rights organization dedicated to the economic empowerment, equality, and social justice. Founded in 1910 and headquartered in New York City. The Urban League collaborates at the national and local levels with community leaders, policymakers, and corporate partners to elevate the standards of living for African Americans and other historically underserved groups. See, that is the problem. First of all, African American, that term has actually been put to rest now. So, I don't know why they keep pushing that. I mean, if they don't want to say FBA, at minimum, they would have to say Black American, because realistically, that's our ethnic group in our culture, right? And our racial category all at the same time. But the main part, outside of a dead term, this term is dead now. It's just dead. It's nothing against nobody. It's just a dead term. It says, and other historically underserved groups. And we see they use the Black American, the FBA, as a springboard to the other historically underserved groups. They do this constantly, right? And we're going to get to why we're saying they do this constantly. Now, LULAC does not at all. Let me get back on camera here for a minute. We'll get back to that. Give me a second. When we did the coverage of LULAC and their website, they said specifically for Latinos. They didn't say Latinos and other underserved groups. When we looked at the NAACP website, they said the same thing, and other underserved groups and all this other. So they're not focused solely on Black Americans, Foundation of Black Americans. They're not solely focused on that. And because you're not solely focused on FBA, you're compromised. So this is why when something happens to Carmelo Anthony, they're not immediately on the front lines of it because they're serving other groups. They're not immediately on the front lines when George Floyd, his life is taken horribly. This is why they're quiet. This is why Al Sharpton's quiet. This is why everybody's quiet until the Democrat Party gives them their marching orders or a nudge to say, okay, you can go ahead on and say something now. Have you noticed that? They're quiet like they're politicians. They stay immediately quiet no matter what happens. We got a wealth transfer going on, and the National Urban League don't say nothing about it. The NAACP don't say nothing about it. National Action Network don't say nothing about it. They quiet. Everybody's quiet as a church mouse. Quiet. It's because they're not here to serve FBA. They're here to serve the Democrat Party, but use FBA as a springboard to do for other groups. This is how they get their millions upon millions of dollars a year in funding. It's because they have to serve the Democrat Party and all these other groups. So what FBA's is doing is fracturing that model. See, the coalition politics, the Black and brown, the Black and LGBT, the Black and Asian, all this Black and stuff. See, FBA have thoroughly severed that. And this is why they're so upset, is because we're costing a bag. See, the Urban League now and the NAACP is looked at like nobody takes you seriously. And when nobody takes you seriously, why would white folks take you seriously? They need you to be taken seriously to get that Black vote. Because at the end of the day, they are gatekeepers, okay? Those groups are gatekeepers to get the Black vote to the Democrat Party. And to not give you nothing in the process. They're only there and say, look, we'll pay you millions of dollars a year. We give you grants and all kind of funding if you just help us deliver the black vote to the Democrat Party, but make sure that they're not promised anything. That's the only thing. Help us stay elected and don't give them anything. And they made a deal with the Democrat Party and say, okay, yes, we will help you get the black vote and we get our bag on the back end. See, they get their bag. You understand? But they don't want you to get yours. This is why Al Sharpton was so upset about the brother talking about reparations. He was pissed. Why? Because Al Sharpton, he got his already. He got his reparations. If you get yours, he gonna lose his. And I want y'all to notice something. Y'all talk about all the Lindsey Graham and all these other ones who've been in Congress forever and dying in them seats or whatever. These guys are literally in these organizations, dying in those positions too. They're not going to sit down nowhere. They really think they're relevant. How are you relevant in the AI age? How? You're not relevant in the AI age. Y'all have no clue. I'm talking about them. Y'all have no clue what's coming down the pipe for black people with AI and how fast it's moving. Let me tell y'all something. I started really getting deep. Well, I actually started May of last year working with AI. And when I really started working with it more, when I launched AfroWire AI. And I'm telling you, from June of last year to June of this year, it was like night and day. When I started Soraya in December of 2025, December 26th to today, if you go look at the first videos we were making with Soraya and go look at what we do today, night and day. That's how quick the tech is moving. I just heard Tyler Perry just he's getting this big virtual studio that's powered by Unreal Engine. Anybody know about what Unreal Engine is? And all he signed a big deal with this company and AI and all of so Tyler Perry, look, all this stuff is being integrated, and you civil rights organizations is not even getting black people prepared of what's coming with that. The disruption that will come with some of that too, and how we better be prepared to how to pivot and know how to benefit even in that age. Y'all outdated, all this Democrat crap. The Democrats ain't thinking about what black people got going on, what's coming down the pipe. Now, these people are out of touch. They don't do anything to after the fact. Because see, this Carmelo Anthony thing, well, you seen all of them now. Well, Phil, they got the lawyers. The Democrat Party know they're in trouble. And they like, man, okay, the black community care about this. We need to do something. Okay, hey, y'all lawyers get out there and help Carmelo Anthony. Why didn't you help him before that? You didn't have to get this far. You could have had the same team of lawyers as his defense, and Carmelo wouldn't be in jail right now. He wouldn't be in jail. But y'all only come later after you're giving your marching orders that, yes, okay, you can go do that now. Instead of being smart and say, you know what? Okay, they talking about this. Let's jump on this right now. That's where the community is going. And I'm extremely confident to say, you know, the old guard isn't the thought leaders no more. We're the thought leaders now. All of us in the grassroots media, we're the thought leaders now. You following what we say. And that's what makes you look bad, is that how we that don't have no millions and millions of dollars of budgets, we don't have none of this, and yet we always know what the community is talking about. And then y'all sitting up here just trying to listen and try to articulate it or try to capture the talking points where everybody see you fake phony, because you should have been talking about that 5-6 years ago. Not just doing it now because you didn't got fired from your job or nobody want to listen to you no more, so you want to start talking about the couch all of a sudden. Anyway, let me get back to this here. So they say with 93 affiliates, y'all, 93, serving 300 communities in 37 states. I have never seen y'all in my city of Port Arthur, Texas. Have you seen them? in your city when you were growing up? You been around that long? I ain't seen y'all nowhere in Port Arthur. I don't even see you here in Houston either. Anyway, it said District of Columbia that said the Urban League spearheads the development of social programs, authoritative public policy research, and advocates for policies and services that close the quality gap. Now, they say at the community level, the National Urban League and its affiliates provide direct services that improve the lives of more than 2 million people annually. To help FBAs, I don't even want to say a dead term, and others in underserved communities, and others right there, and others, they make sure that they keep repeating that, achieve their highest true social parity, economic self-reliance, power, and civil rights. They say the league, promotes economic empowerment through education and job training, housing and community development, workforce development, entrepreneurship, health, and quality of life. Okay, so we just want to give their mission and history so we can be fair to them. Say, oh, you didn't read the mission. Yes, I did. All right, now let's get to what I really want to get to tonight. Right here, the National Urban League denounces congressional effort to dismantle democracy with the SAVE Act. What democracy does Black people enjoy in this country? That's what I want to know. When did we ever get a day of democracy in this country? We had to fight for everything we ever got. That's not democracy. But anyway, let's go. So they said the Urban League denounces it. Okay. All right. So they updated this. They said here, they say, all right. So they say National Urban League today denounced, they say the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. They say an extremist effort to dismantle democracy and disenfranchise millions of American citizens. Not satisfied with giving up Congress power to be a check on the president, House Republicans are attempting to undermine the foundation of our democracy, our fundamental right to vote. National Urban League President and CEO Mark Morales said, under the guise of combating so-called voter fraud, a problem that does not exist, the SAVE Act will make it harder for millions of American citizens to vote. All right, so this is how it's going to make it hard. I want y'all to hear this, okay? This is coming from the Urban League, not me. The SAVE Act requires all voters to show documentary proof of citizenship, like a birth certificate or a passport, anytime they register to vote, or may change their voter registration. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. How many people have a birth certificate? That's in the chat. I have it. How many people have birth certificates here? I got my birth certificate. My wife has a birth certificate. My children, we all got copies of their birth certificates. All our children. So Black people don't have birth certificates? We don't have access to getting birth certificates? If I lost my birth certificate right now, there's two ways I can go get it. I can go get a certified copy through the state, or I can go down there to Port Arthur, buy statistics. Well, usually I can go online and get it. But even if I wanted to go to Port Arthur myself and go down to Port Arthur and get a copy of my birth certificate, I can go do it from Port Arthur by the statistics. So I have access to get my birth certificate. But like I said, I have my birth certificate. Now, they also said a U.S. passport. I have a U.S. passport. How many of you have a U.S. passport beside me in the chat? Do you have a passport? Okay. When you go through the process of a U.S. passport, guess what you got to give them with your application? Your birth certificate. Yes, you have to give them your birth certificate when you go get a U.S. passport. Now, if you want to go the fastest route, I like going to the courthouse and do my passport. That's the fastest way of doing it. But you still have to give up your birth certificate when you go get a U.S. passport. So if you have a passport, they didn't see your birth certificate. They verified that you are a United States citizen. Now, not all Americans have a passport. I don't know why all Americans don't. I think you should get one. Even if you don't plan to travel, it's good for 10 years. Go get one. I want all Black people to have a passport. I've been preaching that sermon since 2018. Since the first time I went to Ethiopia. I've been telling all you, get your passport, get your passport, get your passport. A lot of you have, but not all you have. Go get your passport, brother. Go get your passport, sister. You got to have that. Just in general, if you want to travel outside the country, and if you want to do a cruise to certain places, they want to see your passport. So get your passport, okay? Get it. Now, if you owe a bunch of child support or you owe a big tax bill and you ain't been taking care of it, well, you're not gonna be able to get one, right? Certain criminal charges, you probably can't get one, but hey, you can do your research online if you have those issues and problems or see how to fix them. No problem. But definitely FBA have birth certificates. So what's the problem? At Urban League, what's the problem? Y'all got y'all birth certificates, or are you trying to have illegal immigrants voting in elections? Because illegal immigrants can't produce a birth certificate. Not a legal one. And for surely they cannot produce a passport. Because that doesn't make sense. I mean, listen, if the Republicans is doing something, I say it's foul, I'm going to call it out. But so far, I don't have a problem with that portion of it. Okay, all right, because I'm an American citizen. And a lot of you listening right now, American citizens. Okay. It said more than 21 million eligible voters do not have these documents readily available, including 2/3 of Black Americans who do not have a valid passport, and 69 million women and 4 million men who do not have birth certificates that match their name. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. More than 21 million do not have these documents available, so they can't get it. And including 2/3 of Black Americans who do not have a valid passport. That part is actually true. That's not a lie. And 69 million women and 4 million men who do not have birth certificates that match their name. Okay, all right, no problem. So how come they didn't fix that? And if they don't have I guess you would have a problem. I've heard somebody have a problem with that too, with trying to get a passport. Well, should you go through a process and you got to get a lawyer to fix these issues and problems? I mean, that would be important to me just on a good day, because when you do certain legal things, your name got to match, right? But if it was up to me, the majority of Black Americans have had their passports. I don't know why some of them don't get it. I don't know. But still, okay, even if there are some administrative issues, stop making it all about Black people. No, the Democrat Party likes when illegal immigrants are doing things to be able to get on the voter rolls. That's what that is. Stop lying on Black people, sir. Organizations. Stop lying. Just like when y'all said about voter ID. Oh, that's almost disenfranchising the Black people. Like, okay, I go so many different places where Black people need an ID. When you go to the club, the lounge, if you're going to drink, if you look young enough, I guess, depends on where you go, what they ask you, let me see your ID. Is all these clubs in Houston shut down because they can't sell liquor anymore because Black people don't possess an ID? Last time I checked, the clubs are jumping in Houston. People come to Houston to go to the club, to the hookah bar. Everything is going on in Houston, right? Houston known as a party city now. And with a lot of Black folks coming. And guess what? They're all drinking. And guess what? They all got ID. When I go to the airport and I see Black people in the airport with me, what's the first thing they do when you get there to go drop your freaking bags? What's the first thing they do? You go to the little kiosk, at least when I like to, I pay for my bags up front. I don't want to do it up there. I go up there, put my confirmation number in, boom, they give me my little thing, put my tags on there. I go to drop off my thing. What's the first thing they ask you for? Hey, sir, can I see your ID? And guess what? I go in my wallet, hand them my ID. They look at my ID. They look at their computer screen, see it matches and say, okay, sir, and then they go and give me my ID back. And then they weigh it, and then they go in and put it on there. And there's other black people that be doing the exact same thing as me. According to the Urban League, voter ID, we don't have IDs. We don't have driver's license. We have nothing. Then once you go over there, then depends on what you have. If you go in the regular line, when you go to TSA, they're going to ask for your ID again. So this is two places that ask for black people's ID. Now, if you got TSA pre-checked and you went through all that, you had to give them ID and everything else to get TSA pre-checked. If you got clear, which I always promote, get clear. If you got clear, then you had to give them your ID, facial recognition, all this other stuff you had to do with clear, right? So you can go to the front of the pre-check line and all that stuff, right? Okay, cool. So, if you get global entry, same thing. They want all this information from you. Speaking about that, I need to check my expiration dates on all that stuff. Now I'm talking about that. I know some of that stuff is coming up, especially my passport. But anyway, I think I got to renew mine starting next year. Anyway, they ask for ID. And guess what? Every place I've ever been to get any of those things that I've tried to get, I'm talking about clear, a global entry, all these different things I've done with travel, guess what? Who's there? Black people doing appointments. Black people actually working the appointments too. You can't get a job without an ID. So Urban League, what are you talking about? Y'all are playing a game. Now let's get back to this thing here. You say this administration has already been permitted to usurp congressional power to declare the U.S. in a war with Venezuela in order to disappear people off the street without due process. What that got to do with FBA and voting? Use tariffs to threaten our close allies like Canada and Mexico. What the hell that got to do with FBA? And shutter agencies like Department of Education that have congressional authorization. He's talking about a whole bunch of things that have nothing to do with the SAVE Act. That's just your personal opinion about the Trump administration. Some of those things have happened, but once again, what they got to do with FBA? He said the National Urban League would not be quiet as congressional Republicans allow this illegal power grab to strip away the right to vote. We urge all members of Congress to vote against this transparent effort to silence the voices of the people. Notice to say that they won't be quiet as congressional Republicans allow this illegal power grab to strip away the right to vote. Well, let me ask you a question. Why aren't you fighting for the right to reparations? Why aren't you fighting for a right to an anti-black hate crime bill? Why aren't you fighting for a right to end mass incarceration of black people? Why aren't you fighting for a right to do a deep forensic audit of all banks in this country to see how many home loans and business loans they have been giving black people and denying black people, and compare it to white folk based on the same credit score, same amount of money made per year? Why aren't you fighting for the right to that so we can see the true discrimination in lending that's very, very important for upper mobility of FBA? Why aren't you fighting about the right for that? Why aren't you fighting for the right to put more money into creating our own schools in our own neighborhoods and our own community? Why aren't you fighting for the right for black entrepreneurs to conduct their business without harassment and sabotage that's happening with these other foreigners? Why aren't you fighting for that? We got a lot of economic warfare going on against FBA. Don't want us to even dominate our own industries. and you National Urban League people, NAACP, National Action Network, you say nothing about anything. Black people are on their own. And you wonder why black people don't respect any of you.
Right, Uncle Phil.
Because you're nothing but boule Negroes.
Mm-hmm.
And the boule does not fight for black people.
Not at all.
They fight for Shea Whitey. If you remember Shea Whitey from the In Living Color, you remember that with Homie the Clown? You say where the man's at? If y'all remember that, you know what I'm talking about. That's what they fight for. They fight for the man. They don't fight for the black man and the black woman. They fight for the man, the white man.
Yep.
That's why you don't see them when these foreigners are trying to sabotage black beauty hair, beauty in shops or whatever. Sabotaging them, beauty supply stores. You don't see them. You don't see the NAACP talking about like they coming out to get at these people, to use a legal fund to get at these people. They never do that.
Never.
When you talking about some voting, what voting gonna do? Let's talk about that. What voting gonna do? We've been voting. What have we gotten out of it?
Nothing.
We've black folks voted heavily in the 2020 election for Joe Biden. What did black people get out of that? Nothing but a bunch of foreigners dumped in our communities.
And jabby, jab, jab.
Dumping the whole third world in black America. That's what we got out of voting for the Democrats in 2020. You forget why Trump won the election? Trump won the election not because he was great, not because he was the best or anything. He won because you dumped all them foreigners from the third world into the black communities. Yeah. And black people like, man, the hell with that. I'm not voting for another 4 years of that. That's why that man won. That's the main reason he won. You were doing too much. Mm-hmm. And what was the Urban League when black people in Chicago was complaining about those foreigners and how they was getting all this tax dollars given to them, but FBAs in Chicago get nothing? And how they were going to war with Brandon Johnson in Chicago. What were the Urban League at then? Not saying nothing. What was the NAACP then? Not saying a word. FBAs in New York can't get food, but these foreigners can get food. And then them foreigners got so arrogant, they're like they were throwing the food away. Talking about they want their cultural food. I was floored when I heard that one. They want their own cultural food. Well, I was like, well, carry yourself to your cultural country, and you can get your great cultural food, authentic, organic. But if an FBA asks for a little assistance with some food, oh, you're lazy, you this, you that, you don't want to work, man. That's why a lot of FBAs sat it out. They're like, the hell with y'all. Mm-hmm. That's why that man won the election.
Yeah.
They don't want to take responsibility why Trump's in office because of the Democrats.
Yeah.
Nobody, black people don't want a bunch of foreigners just dumped in our communities. No.
Right.
Now, you want to bring them and dump them into the white community? Go ahead. But look, them days you just dumping foreigners in our community and we just stay quiet about it? No, them days are done.
Oh, okay.
You're not going to go dump a bunch of foreigners in our community and these foreigners go open up a bunch of businesses in our community and we supposed to patronize them. No. We see how they think about us. They don't like us no different than you do. And that's why these businesses are closing one by one each day because of that. Say, no, we want FBAs in these businesses, in this community, serving our people. They can go on to the white folks community and whoever else community they want to go to.
Right.
And do their businesses over there.
Exactly.
No. Urban League, National Action Network, all of that. We're not playing with that, man. We're not playing. Black folks got a birth certificate. Black folks got passports.
Right.
Every time I see a police pull over a black person on body cam, they ask for their license. What they do to give it to them? 9 times out of 10, the black person got a license on them when the police pull them over.
Yeah.
But to them, Ooh, black people don't have an ID. Black people don't have a birth certificate. Like, we just some stateless people. You do know the 14th Amendment was ratified in December 1865, right? What made us full citizens of this country.
Right.
Which means we get birth certificates because we're citizens of this country. Y'all act like the 14th Amendment don't exist. We gotta you say, and these abortions, you say, yeah, that's another thing. Yeah. You have a whole DNC convention and you're bringing a Planned Parenthood abortion ban. Black people don't want to see that crap. And let me tell you something else. Most black people really don't get down with that. Most black people aren't down with that openly. Now you got some black people that would do that.
It's definitely
for different reasons. But from what I know, the majority of my people are not really down for that. So if the Republicans, even though Republicans did that to try to stop the white woman doing it, that's fine. I'm glad they shut that stuff down. Oh yeah, I'm glad they slowed that stuff down. Because they kept putting it in our neighborhoods and all that. That's what they kept doing. And that was the Democrats doing that. That wasn't the Republicans. That was the Democrats. Oh, yeah. Make sure to put a new Planned Parenthood right in the middle of the black community. But they never put one in the white community. Yeah. No. Go put one in the white community, too. Go do it to the Latinos, the Asians. Put one in their community. Why it got to always be in ours?
Right.
No, that was an agenda. So yeah, I'm cool with the Republicans doing that. You notice the Democrats don't talk about abortion no more like that, right? You notice they don't talk about abortion, LGBT like that no more? They got real quiet about that stuff. Oh, they saw that. That's not popular. Now, Cynthia say FBAs will continue to stand and stay strong on our black code. That's right, Cynthia. That's right. You ain't lying about that. These out of touch organizations, they are so out of touch. So out of touch. They are just horrible. They are not here to serve the greater community. They're here to serve the Democrat paymasters. That's what they're here to serve. And we can't be for it, and we're not for it. Don't let them insult you that you don't have an ID, you don't have a birth certificate, or you can't get one, or you can't go get a passport. Don't let them insult you like that. Like we the only one that don't have, like, so everybody got one except us?
That don't make no sense.
That's been a lie from the pit of hell that black people don't have ID and passport and birth certificate. When I traveled places and I've seen a lot of FBAs traveling all over the world, I've met them. How do you think they got there? IDs and passports.
Right.
Let these people lie about our people. Can't stand that. God, I can't stand that. You say liquor stores? Yeah. Well, you know what? The thing is about the liquor store, they're saying the younger generations aren't drinking like that, which is good. Now they doing a little bit more, they doing a little bit more smoking. I'm talking about, smoking the little, the vapes. They smoking, a little weed and all of the Delta 9 and all of that. They doing more of that. They're not doing the drinking. And look, them liquor stores can go too. Them liquor stores haven't done nothing good in the black community. Nothing. They can close too. Them liquor stores. We don't need that crap in our community.
That's right. So.
You say an Asian guy thought he was gonna set up a sweepstakes. You say in your neighborhood, say the city said hell no. What do you mean by that? Yeah, they vape. Yeah, they vaping. Yeah, they vape. Yeah, the alcohol companies are really bothered about the younger generation not drinking like that. Well, let's call it what it is. A lot of reason they're not drinking because when you go out, the drinks are $15 to $17. And I'm like, huh? $15 for a shot? $15, $17 for a mixed drink? How much? For what? That's dumb. Like, bro, man, give me some water. I don't want that mess. I want to go drink. I go to the liquor store, buy my own stuff, and drink at home. Why are you talking about some of these ladies say these guys don't like to send drinks no more? Shoot, the drinks ain't cheap no more. That's why you ain't getting guys ain't sending you drinks like they used to. Shoot, almost $20 to send you a drink. And you may not even acknowledge it. Like, not man, men got to be careful these days sending you women anything. Even taking you out to eat. They got to be careful with that. When the price is so high, everywhere they high. Everywhere they're high. Right. So yeah, if a man gonna spend some money on you, he got to really be sure. He got to really like you. It can't be that random. Oh, I just take this girl out, that girl out. No. No, the average man can't do that. He got to be very cautious on what he's doing with his money. I mean, he need to be wise with it.
So it's the 14.
You talking about them slots? Oh yeah. They like to do that too. Yeah, them foreigners bring them slots in there in states where it's not even legal. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, the alcohol is too high. That's why them young people like, yeah, I'm cool. It's a little cheaper to go get them a vape. And at least the vape, they get more out of the vape than they do the freaking one thing of liquor. And I'd rather see them vape than drink. At least there's no DWI or no crashing into people, or alcohol has caused people to do things that they normally wouldn't have done. Somebody get a little Delta 9 or whatever, some THC. They chill out. They don't sit up here fighting and all that with people. They don't do any of that. Alcohol turn people into a beast sometimes.
It does.
And look, yeah, you say, Cindy say she loves drink and chill at home. Look, grown folks, they like drinking a little wine. Some people like drink a little wine before they go to bed. It relax you, put you to sleep. I mean, shoot, wine before you go to bed is actually pretty good for you. It may make you sleep pretty good, actually. Your favorite kind of wine, or like say, shoot, what I like is, I don't do that all the time. No, I rarely drink anything, but when I choose to do so, when I go to South Africa, the first thing I'm going, like, give me a bottle of Amarula. That's the first thing I want. Give me some Amarula on ice. Amarula is basically the South African version of Bailey's, but it don't taste like that. It's made, their stuff is good. It's really good. I like that Amarula. So. And I tried the Amarula here. They import it versus the one getting direct from South Africa. No, you got to get it. And me and my wife learned that when you don't buy drinks that's imported, for some reason it don't taste the same. You need to go to the actual country, get it, and then bring it back. I'm telling you, the taste is totally different. It's totally different. Even like if y'all go, let's say y'all go to Mexico, and y'all go and get like tequila.
I don't mess with.
Bring the tequila back from over there. Tequila don't supposed to get you drunk. That cheap additive stuff they do in that American stuff is what gets you drunk. Because really Mexicans drink tequila like you're drinking wine. It don't supposed to get you drunk. But that's when you do it in the right way. That's truly how you're supposed to drink tequila. You don't supposed to get drunk off of it. You said it needs to be regulated. Well, I think everything need to have some regulation, with it. But they're not drinking. They're not drinking the alcohol, and that's good. I hate to see people alcohol has done some horrible things to people. All right, y'all. Our reasons that they're doing this because they want the immigrants to vote. Yep, that's exactly what that is. All right, y'all. Well, thank y'all for joining us tonight. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure to click the subscribe button, like button. Y'all have a great weekend, and we'll catch y'all on the next one.
All right, so I support the say back to hell with the National Urban League. To hell with the Urban League. To hell with the NAACP and any of these other bootleg organizations. Man, we need to say back now. Alcohol is bad news. So stay away from it if you can. Michael, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, my thoughts are, Phil Scott, makes some great points, but I disagree with some areas, some perspectives. He has to say about men always taking women on a date. It's actually both. It goes both ways. Women taking a man on a date and vice versa, right? So it's just going to be just one person taking a woman on a date or asking, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, Phil, makes excellent point, about the urban how the urban league really needs to like get up to date, get on par, on code with today's changing political environment about shifting the focus from race-based remedies to lineage-based, right? Because Dr. Claude Anderson mentioned paranomics probably in 2000, when so many black scientists were advocating for Hispanics, right? At first, black scientists, engineers had a good intentions to, welcome Hispanics in engineering. And Dr. Claude Anderson warned black engineers a long time ago. Just because you get more Hispanics into STEM doesn't mean that Hispanics are going to do the same thing for foundational Black Americans, because Hispanics are going to focus on Hispanics, and it's time to delineate. And
Yeah, I
yeah,
think I passed out. I called him before I went live.
mhm.
No answer, so I think he's asleep.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, probably so. Sabaka is probably taking a nap. But yeah, it's definitely new day and age, right? And definitely continue with the delineation, because I don't think the Urban League is going to really catch up. I mean, if it does catch up, it's going to be way too late. And too many people who work at the Urban League, they're really like really people who are like 60 and over and haven't
Yeah.
caught up to like, haven't really caught up to the
Yeah,
changing trends.
behind in the times.
Yeah, they're stuck. And because unfortunately, the Urban League doesn't have one single young person to really disrupt the status quo, and also the Democrats. Yeah, they're just pretty much corporate status quo. Everything's about money. And I understand why Philip Scott said that Al Sharpton was against giving reparations to American freedom titles, because I guess Al Sharpton,
He already
I
got
guess,
his reparations.
right. Not only that, but I guess Al Sharpton might fear that he might not be part of the lineage. You know what I mean?
No, he's definitely part of the lineage.
Right, part of the lens, right? I just think that he probably wants to get more and more money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's making like, what, 400, or I'm
Yeah.
sorry, $500,000 a year and up. And he does, and yeah, Sarpton, he does really well for himself. So to me, it just doesn't make sense for him to get more and more and then not really give back to his community, or even
Right.
like create, resource centers for FBAs.
Great, Nobby. The geriatric figures need to go. Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with Nabi. Yep, geriatric figures definitely need to go. And also, since some says something about Democrats, what Phil said, that they only do something for immigrants, but definitely not for FBAs. And I'll add to that what I said in the chat, that Democrats have no problem, giving resources to immigrants, but when it comes to American citizens, right? When it comes to passing Medicare for all, and granting paid parental leave, other universal policies, Democrats say to them, we don't have the money. The political will is not there. But how come the political will is there for immigrants?
Right.
And then, not to mention reparations as well.
Right. All right. Thank you for that, Michael.
You're welcome, Jesse. What do you think, Jesse?
I already said what I said.
Oh, okay.
I'm on to the next topic, and that is the Hebrew Israelites run down on Ocean Springs about Nolan Wells. Some of these topics are from Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Grand Rising.
God's kingdom's on the way. God's kingdom's on the way. Hallelujah. 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 Hey, hey, Nolan Wells. Hey, hey, Nolan Wells. Hey, hey, Nolan Wells. Hey, hey, Nolan Wells. Hey, Nolan Wells. Hey, Nolan Wells. Won't forget about you. Won't forget about you. Got a shot. We are. Up to the God. Up to the God. Up to the God. We are. Up to the God. Up to the God. Up to the God. War time. War time. War time. Right. 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 Unity. 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 Never give in. Never give in. Never give in. Never give in. Worldwide. 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 Walk down through that before you get your tongue. You see what you say. Well. Sounds. Oh, that's how it's still. Put faith, look, 5, 4, 3, 2, and hunt. I play black. Close spade, move. 5, 4, 3, 2, and close spade, black. Hold on. Hey, Nolan Wells. Yes, sir.
And Joel 3:9 says, prepare for war. Wake up the mighty men. Let all the men of war draw near and let them come up. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High. And if you've been living under a rock or if you've been smoking rocks, then you would know about the death of Nolan Wells, which happened somewhere between July 4th and July 6th. We don't really know the date. His body was found on the 6th, but there's a lot of speculation on when he was actually killed. His body washed up on the shore of Ocean Springs, Mississippi. And since then, everybody has been digging into it about all the inconsistencies where the young black high school football player went out on a boat with a group of white friends to an island and didn't make it back home. Now, a lot of people have been talking about it, and you see right there the brothers of the Israel United in Christ, one of the sects, I would say, of the Hebrew Israelite nation, came down in formation in a display of support to the people of the community who are still looking for answers. Now, a lot of people may have things to say about the Hebrew Israelite brothers, about, what they stand for, about how they speak, about some of their methods and strategies. But one thing I can say is that they are there. That's what they are there with a lot of strong black men standing up in formation, chanting, marching. Now, once again, not to sound, like I'm disparaging anybody, but where are all the Christian churches at when these things happen? Why aren't the pastors and the members in the streets with their members and going down and standing with people and showing, okay, well, this has to stop? I don't really see that. I see the Israelite brothers, I see local and community activists, grassroots, and I see, the Nation of Islam out there. But I don't really see a lot of churches out there in the streets with the people. Nevertheless, the people came down there and they brought the people together. And when the community sees a group of men who are supposed to be the leaders and the protectors of the community come together and stand together, whatever they do, then that motivates the community. That brings spiritual upliftment to the community. Let's watch this one clip where one of the brothers speaks about why they are there. Just listen.
The community in Ocean Springs, Mississippi is still reeling from the loss of a beloved community member, coming together for a peaceful protest to demand justice for 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Just 1 week after he went to Corn Island to celebrate the 4th of July with friends and never came home.
Hey, Shalom, Most High in Christ bless, man. Y'all already see it. Y'all know we got boots on the ground again, man. Why? Because we love our people, man. We out here taking a stand for the young brother Nolan Wells, man. Right now, we are in Moss Point. It's like 10 minutes away from Ocean Springs. Here to wake up the mighty men here. As Joel 3:9 said, we must come out and wake up the mighty men and prepare them for war. A spiritual war, that is. All right, so we got a lot of people coming up, a lot of people listening, a lot of people they first time hearing this truth, and we're going to keep giving it to them, man. So all praises to the Most High God and His Son, Christ. All right, shalom.
All right, shalom. Most High in Christ bless. That's what they're there for, to wake up the mighty men in the community and to show them that, look, we can come out here and stand against this oppression, this racism, this murder, and stand with the community who feels like there's nobody there to stand with. But nevertheless, these protests, I think, took place about 2 days ago. And there are 2 news articles about it, but you don't hear them mentioning the fact that the brothers from the IUIC was there. They show clips and pictures of it, but they won't acknowledge that we had a group of strong Black men, an organization out there to protest against this murder. Just listen to the first one. They showed you a little clip of that one in that video, but just listen to the first one right here. And I think this is from like Good Morning CBS or something like that. Just watch.
The community in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, is still reeling from the loss of a beloved community member, coming together for a peaceful protest to demand justice for 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Just 1 week after he went to Horn Island to celebrate the 4th of July with friends and never came home. 2 days after that trip, investigators made the heartbreaking discovery: Wells's body found in the water offshore. His parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, telling GMA they want honesty and transparency and a thorough investigation into their son's death. Authorities say his friends claims Wells decided to stay behind on the island, but his parents say that wasn't his character. They also told GMA that when they retrieved Wells's phones, some texts appeared deleted and the Snapchat accounts were empty. Wells, a wide receiver at Southwest Mississippi Community College, was expected to be back with his teammates for preseason this week. We spoke with his head coach, Les George, who says the team is devastated by the loss of a beloved teammate.
We had a team meeting that evening once everyone had moved into the dorms and settled in, and we didn't talk about football. We just talked about how the most important thing right now is that we're here for each other, and make sure that we had counselors in place for them.
Now, Nolan's parents have now flown his body from Mississippi to Washington, D.C. for an independent autopsy with help from former NFL quarterback and activist Colin Kaepernick as they await results as protesters call for answers. The Jackson County Sheriff says the investigation is ongoing and welcomes that independent review. Gia?
And those parents really want those answers. All right, I thank you so much.
Okay, so basically 2 things about that news story. My brother Ricky Smith down there in Memphis pointed this out to me. Look at the people who they have reporting the story. They put a black face on this story. Why? To, kind of garner, garner a connection with the story. With the story, with what they are reporting. That blackface is reporting something that is slanted, untrue, lies, all of those things. But because he's black, we feel some sort of comfort with the story and the information they gives us. That's one thing. But look at how they slanted the story away from the protests and why people are protesting into, he was a member of the high school football team, and here's the white football coach telling us how much they're going to miss him. No, we don't want to hear about that. Let's get some answers. And when you see that white face and that white man, and you can hear, we didn't talk about football, and we didn't talk about anything. Everybody in there was probably quiet because all of the other white kids on the team and in the know and in the social loop know what happened to them. So, of course, we're mourning and, we just don't want to look at the playbook. No, because that's, everybody's guilty probably in that room. So you saw that one, no mention. You saw the brothers in the IUIC in that video, but no mention of them. Why? Because they can't acknowledge the fact that there is a strong group of black men who came down here. And if there's any more black men who want to come up and get up with these guys, come on. Right. But just listen at this next one. And I'm sorry, please excuse the black lady in there talking about it's not about race. I don't know what it's about if it's not about race. But let's look at this one as well. And y'all know, man, I cannot stand me it's not about race Negro. Right. But they know who to put. Like, they interviewed probably hundreds, tens, 20s of people about that situation, but they know who to put up there. Well, yeah, it's not about race. It's about the family. It's definitely about race. A young black kid went out in Mississippi with all white children, got found dead, and now the all white sheriff department, the all white legal system, the all white coroner, the autopsy, all the white people is going to say, well, no, I don't know. Nobody knows what happened. Man, please don't ever say that again in your life. But again, you notice there was no mention of the IUIC, the Israel United in Christ, the Hebrew Israelite brothers. Why? Because once again, they can't acknowledge that. They even showed the clip of the little sassy boy up there with the mic. They'll show that all day. But they won't show strong black men willing to stand for something and fight for anything. Because once again, that arises the people, that wakes the mighty men up. And like the brother said, it is spiritual. It's a spiritual warfare, but also God has given us weapons and weapons in the physical form. And, you know, once again, I don't think God has intended Yahweh the most. Yahweh has intended to us to just be praying and you know, just seeking his face while people are knocking us off. I don't think that's I don't get that when I read the Bible. Now let your preachers preach that to you if you want to. But I don't get that when I read my Bible. I get David and Goliath. I see, you know, Samuel cutting down, you know, the 400 prophets. I see Elijah calling down fire from heaven. You know what I mean? I see that. I see Yehoshua turning over tables in the temple. You know what I'm saying? I see that. You know, so I don't see that. Well, you know, blessed are the poor because they will see God. I don't see that. You know what I mean? But to each their own. But what I will not do is just stand by and just let this go unnoticed and not try. You know, we out in the streets. We be out in the streets with different organizations, people who don't even claim Christ. Atheists are out there in the streets fighting against this evil. And, you know, that's a topic for a whole nother show. But shout out to the brothers of the Israel United in Christ for, you know, being boots on the ground. Whatever anybody may think of them, you know, are you out there? Did you go there? You know, them brothers was just down there in Mississippi, Senatobia. They're coming from, you know, they got brothers from all of their, you know, I guess different locations, different temples. I don't know what you call them. Coming together in these, you know, some brothers from Louisiana, I think, and all those places coming together to stand for justice for Nolan well. So I can't, if you can say anything bad about that, then you had to be out there. If you're going to say something bad about it, you better be out there if you're going to talk bad about them brothers going out there. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed with stories abroad from literary work where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBA, still FTP. Big up NFAC and all my black families. Three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. A God beside us, ladies and gents, power. If you don't know by now, look around me, the darkest house. Cops squeeze their hammers, cause they don't understand. We stop and freeze with our hands to kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse, set them straight from the rich investigators. You watch your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it, you should tune in to Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse, 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 Telehouse Publishing.
So what I'm saying is, y'all, it's time to stick together. If you know your friend selling something, support your friend. I get it. A lot of people say black businesses, we try to support them. They lie from us. They steal from us. They rude. They got attitudes, da-da-da-da-da-da.
We don't want to hear
Just
that.
because one black business made your experience sour.
I don't want to hear nothing about that because, listen, them people taxing y'all, them people selling y'all fake food. I don't want to hear none of that from y'all. No more. Spin with them. I don't want to hear none of that. Find another one to spin with. That's the case. There never should be an issue where you should be not wanting to give pointers, uplift the business. Bring some value to the business and make them better. I'm tired of people saying this and trying to deter people from spending with their people, man. That's a violation. Hey, listen, we checking everybody on that. We don't care. You don't talk about the bad experiences, you know, what these chemicals they feeding people, the stuff they got in our waters. You don't understand what's going on. We got to make it work. It ain't no, oh, I ain't going, all of this. No, you help get it together then. That's what you do.
Does not mean for you to give up on the rest of the community.
So the question becomes this.
When
we're no longer angry at the Asians, you know what's going to happen? We're going to go right back to their businesses because it's the same thing we do with the Caucasians.
Might have to drop a dime on them. For sure. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta stop.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all know how we do, man. Always pushing help, wealth, and a better understanding self. In this video, y'all, we going over some Asian businesses. They being boycotted. Okay, we're going to hear what some FBAs got to say about this. Y'all check this out. FBA certified. Y'all know how we do. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button. Push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. Let's get it.
If you were to pinpoint to one main factor, it's really a drastic change in customer behavior. Before COVID, we see the per head spending reach around $40, $50 per pax. After international travel reopened, dropped to about maybe $15 to $25.
There's so many choices out there. If you go into JB, they can get a plate of tacos for 30 ringgit. They wouldn't want to spend here. We have this whole issue of manpower since day one.
Pre-COVID, a junior chef, we can offer them a salary of maybe $1,600 to $1,800. During COVID, there was a lack of cooks. Bigger companies offering almost 1.5 to 2 times of what the norm was. Smaller businesses like us, we're actually unable to compete on that level. The feeling is really hitting a wall, being trapped in a corner, and really running out of options.
Do you think that you guys are being eliminated because you simply aren't the fittest?
I think we would like to see ourselves as we survived for 11 years.
Burp is one of 320 F&B establishments that shut their doors in July this year.
We started to clear out all our chillers and freezers.
All the equipment are going to other F&Bs who are going to open up shop.
We really wanted to help others because 11 years ago, we managed to get a lot of second-hand equipment and got us started.
The Asians still tripping about the boycott. So like I said, it's a problem when we do it, right? This is a very problem when we do it. So, and it's a couple things I want to talk about. So, it was an Asian woman coming on this platform, right? Saying some bad stuff about us, you know? She was saying how about us black folks boycotting. Well, that'd be a permanent boycott. Yeah, permanent ban. And she was saying how
permanent ban.
You're boycotting us, but your shirt says made in China. Your shoe says made in China. You boycott us, and what do you guys have? Nothing. That first part she said.
Y'all know we got the fund coming up for the manufacturing facility right here on the land. We ain't gonna have to deal with nobody. I'm so glad they saying this. They pushing the vision. They pushing the viewpoint of what we trying to do. Salute to that lady.
If it wasn't for Ronald Reagan sending our manufacturing jobs to your country, you wouldn't be taking the credit of making anything. Because what Black folks invented in this country inspired us to have manufacturing jobs, which put food on the table.
And this is what we're going back to, man. See, y'all make sure y'all support the channel, man. Support the vision. We got that coming up. We're not going to be relying on nobody manufacturing our products. I know I said it, it's being repetitive, but it's so important. It's going to be a big power move when everybody know that they can get manufacturing from us right here on the land. Technology is advanced right now. Let's get it.
Paid a lot of bills. And still have a lot of money left over to take your kids on vacation, buy yourself something nice. It fed the community. It fed every community in this country. And now Caucasians don't realize what they do to us hurts them. I don't know why they're acting like we don't live in the same country, but that's neither here nor there. Okay? But you are the reason why you have, because Ronald Reagan is the reason why you have manufacturing jobs in your country. That's why it says made in China.
Here's how we took our client Jared from just being a few thousand views a month on social media to being literally the most followed plumber in the world. When Jared started working with us, his team was spending almost 40 hours a month.
See? And not to mention, if it wasn't for us, y'all wouldn't even be allowed to come over here. If it wasn't for Black Americans, that is. We're the ones that kept you fed. Understand? And now that your stores are empty, there's no Black folks in sight. And notice the people who you are trying to impress, the white folks, notice they're not coming out saying anything. Notice they're not coming to your business supporting you. Have you noticed that?
I already know it's a
Notice they
boycott.
haven't said a word. Well, I'll take that back. One lesbian did. One lesbian white woman did. But what about the rest? What about the other 99% of white people who you align with so much? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That became a big problem for you. Okay? And don't even get me started on why you guys leave the country. If you guys are so successful at what you're doing, why would you leave the country? Like, I can't stress that enough. Why would you leave your damn country, babe? Understand? So, yeah, you might want to think about that before you start going around attacking us. And plus, and you're mad about us boycott. Okay, don't you got plenty of agents in your community? Why don't you just get them to support you? Huh? Support your restaurants and shit like that. Oh, I get why. Because stuff that you sell in your restaurants isn't good for the American people. Okay? Talking about the convenience stores. And as for your restaurants, I don't see a lot of Asians eating there. I see a lot of Black folks eating there because what you serve behind closed doors is trash. Okay? I've seen all the meat, the rodent meat. We've seen on camera all the rodent meat that you put inside of your restaurant. Okay? You think we eating chicken, but we're really eating rat, a raccoon, a possum. We're really eating ruins. That's been exposed numerous times.
World.
And Black folks, if you don't see other Asians eating there, don't eat there. I was at the mall the other day, right? And I saw like a couple of Asian restaurants. I saw a Thai restaurant, Japanese, Chinese restaurant. All right, food court. You know, there's a lot of people that was buying those things. I didn't see not one Asian. There was a lot of Americans buying those foods, but not one Asian was buying those foods. And like I said, if you don't see Asians eating at those restaurants, don't eat there. Do not eat there. Do not eat there. Because what they serve is not healthy. They eat healthy stuff in their country, which is why they look so well in shape. Let's put it out there.
Asian boycott. Asian boycott. This is now the time to stop going to those places. Stop supporting those people that are getting away with it. Right now, I need y'all to click that link in my TikTok bio and support the brand. I have a faith-based skincare and beauty brand, and I would love y'all support. I have everything y'all need. Down from the turmeric products, down from the makeup, down from the cleansing products. I have everything. Let's put an end to the Asian market. Let's show them that we can stick together as a community. Let's put our own kind on a pedestal. Let's help other Black entrepreneurs and small business owners open up businesses. Let's start sticking with each other. Start sticking together. You know, let's put our money back in our pockets. Let me tell you something. You're not gonna see no corner store on a corner. You're not gonna see all of that stuff going on over here, right? So what I'm saying is, y'all, it's time to stick together. If you know your friend selling something, support your friend. I get it. A lot of people say Black businesses, we try to support them. They lie from us. They steal from us. They rude. They got attitudes, da-da-da.
We don't want to hear
Just
that.
because one Black business made your experience sour.
I don't want to hear nothing about that because, listen, them people taxing y'all, them people selling y'all fake food. I don't want to hear none of that from y'all. No more. Spend with them. I don't want to hear none of that. Find another one to spend with. That's the case. There never should be an issue where you should be not wanting to give pointers, uplift the business. Bring some value to the business and make them better. I'm tired of people saying this and trying to deter people from spending with their people, man. That's a violation. Hey, listen, we checking everybody on that. We don't care. You don't talk about the bad experiences. You know what these chemicals they feeding people, the stuff they got in our waters. You don't understand what's going on. We got to make it work. It ain't no, oh, I ain't going, all of this. No, you help get it together then. That's what you do.
Does not mean for you to give up on the rest of the community. It's a lot of us. We need your support. So before you let one bad experience stop you from clicking that link in my TikTok bio and supporting my skincare brand, think about what's happening. We're stronger together. We're not strong when we pull apart. We're only strong when we pull together. And I know together we can get out. We can make sure every business owner is sold out. We could keep the money in rotation. We could keep the money in loops. Y'all, we got to get together. We have to stick together and we got to get together and we got to make things work. So it's bigger than just boycotting Asian stores. It's time for us to stand for something so we can stop falling for anything. Click that link in my TikTok bio and be the first person to make a difference in this Asian boycott by supporting a Black-owned business. And I don't specifically want to say a Black-owned business, but I am a business owner. I identify as a solo mom of 3, hustling to make ends meet. How could you skip my video and not click the TikTok link and shop my products? I work hard to make this happen. I will love your support. Y'all have a beautiful, blessed day.
Y'all spending a lot of money on that.
This is a Saturday.
Dang, Black women is not going into the...
All right, Jess, I'll catch you later.
Y'all know them people burning down their businesses.
Okay, Michael.
The boycott continues. Have a good day.
What's happening? What did we do? I just got off work really, really late. I was gonna get Chinese food. All the restaurants of Chinese food are closed. What do we do?
It's not a boycott. It's a wealth transfer. It's not a boycott.
It's a wealth transfer, and there is a way for every Black woman on this app, doesn't matter your age, your experience, to participate in this mass wealth transfer. One of my favorite corners of wealth transfer TikTok right now is older Black women. I can tell they older, they like me. They at least in their 50s, at least. I'm 53, they in their 50s. And they drive by the nail salons and the beauty supply places that we're transferring our wealth from, and they be stopping in to check in to see if there's any Black people in there, any Black women in there. And if there's any Black women in there, then they'll tell them, hey sis, listen, we're doing a wealth transfer. Take your money someplace else. Sometimes they even have like little pieces, little information, telling them where they can go and different places we can go in and around the area for our beauty supply and to get our nails did.
That's what's up.
I love it. Keep it up. That makes me so happy. I can tell they women might, because of the way they sound when they walk in their flip-flops. They sound exactly the way I sound when I'm walking around in my Hoka flip-flops. And nosy in these shops, seeing what's going on, because y'all know we need to see what's going on. What's going on? We need to see what's going on. Is any of our people in there? It's my favorite part.
And this is what we need to be nosy about.
Black beauty blackout.
Y'all
this huge wealth
so
transfer that we are one appointment at a time, one recommendation at a time, one shout out to, one repost of a Black nail tech's business or of her page. We are doing it. We can literally take a step towards doing it every day. But that's my favorite part. Those are my favorite women to follow right now. If you're one of those women that's keeping your eye these nail salons and these beauty supply places where we ain't shopping no more, letting people know what's going on, girl, or just documenting the fact that they empty, thank you. Please tag me, know who you are down in the comments so I can follow you and support. Proud of us, 92%. Also, there's a new podcast episode up. I have a new mini-sode series called Dear Benighted States of America, which is basically where Black women of the 92% write a tersely worded letter to this country so they know what we think about them. They need to know. They need to know what we're thinking about them. So I hope you all enjoy it and keep it up. And again, if you're one of the women that's kind of monitoring these nail salons and those other beauty supply places, let me know so I can follow you.
And child, I need us to start thinking differently. Yeah, because everybody keeps calling this a boycott. But baby, this ain't no boycott. No, this is a wealth transfer. Yeah, and sugar, it's long overdue. Because for generations, we've been taught that spending our dollars is just about buying a product. And baby, that ain't what it is. Every dollar is an investment in somebody else's community. Every dollar helps somebody hire employees. Yeah. Buy property, build generational wealth, send their children to college, expand their business. Y'all following me? So when we intentionally decide to spend our money with businesses that don't respect us, don't invest in us, don't hire us, and don't stand with us, we're not just taking money away, we're transferring it. We're redirecting it. We're making a deposit somewhere else. Think about that. Every time you choose a Black-owned restaurant, a Black-owned beauty supply, a Black-owned contractor, a Black-owned bookstore, a Black-owned coffee shop, a Black-owned accountant, a Black tech company, baby, that's a deposit. That's a wealth transfer. And I need us to stop thinking about this as something temporary. This cannot be something we do for 2 weeks because we're angry. This has got to be a lifestyle. Because if our dollars help build other communities, imagine what those same dollars could do if we start investing in our own. Yeah, think about that. Baby, this is our first deposit. Now let's keep it up. All right, good people, drink your water, stay rooted, real, and knowledgeable. And mind your Black business.
So it's happening. I found a Black nail tech in North Dallas. The name of the shop is called Pretty Lit Nails. She was so professional. Her name is Michelle. So sweet, so kind. We chopped it up. We had girl talk. And look, she's great at what she does. She's great at what she does. Now, I'm not somebody who gets designs on my nails. It's just never been my thing. I'm a plain Jane when it comes to nails. But she can do designs. But I wanted to just give her a review and let all the other women in North Dallas that are looking to participate in the great wealth transfer, yes, visit her. I believe she's in the period of transitioning from one suite to another suite, and I believe she'll be there next week. But you should definitely give Michelle a shot. Try her out if you are in the North Dallas area. And I mean like McKinney, Allen, Frisco, Plano, Prosper, like that area. Check her out. She did a great job. And I'm very happy.
So we are boycotting the Asians because they mistreated us. That's not how this is supposed to work. You shouldn't be patronizing the Asians anyway, because you should desire independent Black economic infrastructure. Right. So we shouldn't even be in this position. So the question becomes this: when we're no longer angry at the Asians, you know what's going to happen? We're going to go right back to their businesses, because it's the same thing we do with the Caucasians. We don't need a boycott movement. We need a divestment movement. But the reason Black America is stuck in the boycott stage of revolution is we lack the accountability, the responsibility, and the financial discipline to divest completely and create alternative structures and systems for our people to exist in. In other words, Cyrus Carmack Belton should have never been at Rick Child's Sunoco gas station or Shell station in the first place, because there should have been a Black gas station. Carmelo Anthony should have never been at a predominantly white track meet, because he should have been attending a predominantly Black independent school.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Thank you, Water God. I got another one from Water God. And it's the business, Asian business owners speak out on closing stores and boycott.
I won't have any more money borrowing capability starting next week. I just borrowed another $4,500 to make payroll, and payroll has been set. But if we don't somehow make at least $14,000 to $16,000 over the next 2 days, I will not have enough money to pay rent, and I will. It's not enough.
Might have to drop a dime on them. For sure. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta stop it.
I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and to better understand the self. So check this out. There's more and more businesses that are closing right now, and that's because of the wealth transfer. They're saying that it's not profitable for them to stay in the community with us because it's not going to work well. So I'm going to play some clips on what they're doing. I want y'all to let me know what y'all think in the comment section. Make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and push me on the algorithm. Greatly appreciate that. Without further ado, let's get it.
Kim Brothers on Hillsborough is closing. I'm so sad. If you live in Tampa, Kim Brothers on Hillsborough is closing. I'm so sad. They close at the end of this month, so end of July. They're doing a sale. So right now it's like 20 to 30% off most items, but I'll say 80% of the stuff in the store. Next week, she's probably going to do like another bigger discount. But they want to get rid of everything before the end of the month. So definitely stop in. But I'm so sad because I've been coming here since I was little. And I'm just so sad to see it go. They are.
Thank you for those of you who ordered curry tonight. We've never been open late like this before and been on my own fulfilling orders, and I'm really grateful for them. I'm going to keep this as short and sweet as possible. I had a discussion with my investor. Her name is Mom.
Now, I know he's saying mom, but I told y'all on this channel that investors was going to be pulling money out of, even in the tech stocks that, you know, the Asian market is in, even in these local businesses. It's not a good place to sit your money right now with what's going on. Everything is being, okay, everybody is pretty much trying to build their own country right now. So it's the people of that country is going to get most of the business. People are not going to be having, you know, you got immigrants coming into other countries getting, it's just not going to be the thing anymore and not to be invested in. So just like I said, this is a part of the reason, just like what he's saying, investors are pulling their money out. What part about that y'all don't understand? They in my comment section saying, hey, no, man, this got something to do with the tech, you know, with the Korean stocks and the China. It's like all of that plays a part. Okay, it's all together.
And an hour ago, it was very apparent that I won't have any more money borrowing capability starting next week. I just borrowed another $4,500 to make a payroll, and payroll has been sent. It won't somehow make at least $14,000 to $16,000 over the next 2 days. I will not have enough money to pay rent, and I will. It's not enough. I have tax payments coming up. I have to make payroll next week organically, which will be the priority. And we will not be making enough this week to pay all of our bills next week while not being able to get.
It sounds like to me like he wants sympathy from people to go help him make payroll. Okay, when our businesses go down, don't nobody care. We don't be doing this complaining neither, but it just seems like to me, he's trying to voice his frustration so all of his community can come to his rescue. Check it out.
Additional funding to supplement the shortfall. I think this is going to be the last weekend that we provide sushi service.
Yeah, because they try to have their prices so high. Ain't nobody on that. Y'all coming in here. This is more spiritual. That's what I be telling you. It's more spiritual, man. It's known that it was said that everybody has to return back. They're going to return back to their land because then it won't be a thing. It won't be all of this. But when you're trying to come somewhere and get into the community and not helping the community with, you know, what revenue that you're making, the community don't really need you or your food. Now, if he was in his country, he going to be making sure, you know, the country is good, and he going to be making sure he's helping out the community. They always do that for, you know, for their own, but for us, it's just like, it's just take, and we tired of everybody coming here taking.
I don't know what to do next week without an investor. So I'm very sorry to make this announcement. I'm really proud of the food that we provide. And I hope you can try it this weekend, because I think this is the last weekend we're going to be able to. Thank you.
So a ticking time bomb that I feel like not a lot of people know about is the fact that most of your favorite local Chinese restaurants that are being owned by like Chinese immigrants are probably not going to be around within the next 10 to 15 years. And this is because, for context, my parents own a Chinese restaurant, and basically all of our friends and family in our like community also own their own Chinese restaurants. So, you know, what I know is happening is that a lot of these people who came to America, you know, a couple decades ago, opened up their Chinese restaurants. They're getting to the age now where they are trying to figure out how to retire and how to essentially like what to do with the business. And so one of the options obviously is to sell it to someone else who wants to continue operating the restaurant, you know, as it currently is. And basically, from what my parents have told me, the prices that these businesses, like these Chinese restaurants, are going for on these like Chinese communities forums where people are like listing their restaurants, these restaurants are being sold for dirt cheap because you are not getting the same influx of people coming into the US as like first-gen immigrants who wants to own and operate Chinese restaurants. This is an incredibly labor-intensive line of work, and these owners, like you could say, oh, like why don't they just pass it down to their kids? Most of the Chinese people that I know whose family own restaurants, their kids, you know, my friends whose parents own restaurants, it was not even a question whether or not they wanted to like take on the family business, right? Like the people who own and operate these restaurants know how extremely labor intensive and difficult it is to do this line of work. And that's because so much of the labor that goes into making and preparing your food is done by hand. It is not automated. Like we, at least in my family's restaurant, we make every single dumpling by hand. And like the filling that goes into these dumplings, we make that by hand too. Like my parents literally like.
Yeah, y'all making stuff by hand with that meat too. With the squirrels and the rats. I mean,
and the cats and the dogs.
This is allegedly, but a lot of the corner stores the food isn't even healthy. We should have never let them in our community selling that stuff. Them chips and them honey buns and that stuff is just so toxic to us, bro.
Yeah, it is.
And the rate at which we are dying, we should have definitely, you know, booted them up out of here.
Grind up the pork, they hand chop the scallions, like hand measure all of like the sauces and everything. Like it is so labor intensive to own and operate a Chinese restaurant. So like, of course they don't want meat to go into the line of work. Like, so realistically what is going to happen to these Chinese restaurants is that they, you know, either just they close up shop and the owners are just like, okay, like, sorry, we're not doing this anymore. Can't find any buyers. Or, you know, if you do find buyers, like who knows who these buyers are going to be, whether or not they're going to be able to run the restaurant with the same level of care as, you know, was previously able to be managed by these original owners. Or realistically, what's going to happen is that private equity is going to come in, buy up these restaurants because the prices for them are like dirt cheap right now. And they're going to cut costs wherever they can, cut labor wherever they can, which means the quality of your food is no longer like, it's just not going to stay the same. So all this is to say, please go support your local Chinese restaurant, like your local mom and pop restaurant. Tell your friends, tell your family.
So yeah, y'all see I'm asking, where are all the customers at? So all the businesses is going down, and we need to start filling in what we have and pushing our businesses out, what we have been doing. But I'm kind of thinking that storefront area is, we need to have a lot of moms right out of the kitchen at their home so they can keep their price down. And we can keep food prices down. And you know, get the market. We can corner the market with food right now. We got farmers. This is a great time. But listen to this guy claiming how ain't nobody coming in there.
Jadi golongan dan jangan saja jangan bidano. Nang wak tang mang wak patu kian wak kadang lo.
Just saw a video. So I just saw a video with an Asian creator talking about how in the next 10 years that there will be no more Chinese restaurants in the United States. And you know what I say to that?
Okay.
Keep on shopping Black American. Yeah, keep on shopping Black American. And I say that because if y'all would have came to our neighborhoods and hired our people, one, your job wouldn't be so labor intensive. You'll be able.
No, not even that. Listen, we already showed success in the 20s, Black Wall Street. We don't need, it was never a good play. It was never anything good. I don't know why we try to push it like it would have did this, then let it rock.
To manage your store and take your ass home. You wouldn't have to be 70 years old working in a Chinese restaurant if you would have hired help. That's number one. Number two, y'all did all that work, came over here and got these businesses and did all this shit. And y'all can't even pass this shit down to your kids. You wanna know why? Because you taught your kids to think that they was better than the situation that you had them in. And you sent them to school and now they working for the white man. And now your Chinese restaurant is going out of business. I really, 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 really want minorities to start really paying attention to what it is that they're doing. Yeah, you got here and you was able to start a business and keep your family afloat for this time, right? But you thought that you were so good, so much better than everybody else. Oh, I want my kids to go do this. And now you done lost your legacy to some white folk because that's where your kids is working. Yeah. But anyways, y'all, keep shopping Black American. Let's do this.
It's official, man. The Asians is mad, man. I've never, ever seen them go in on us the way that they going in on us now. They mad because our communities pulling their money out and taking their business elsewhere. I seen an Asian come online, man, and he said, we won't have Chinese restaurants anymore. We won't have the little Asian markets anymore. And they said we won't have liquor stores anymore. My big question is, I'm not the smartest person in the world, so I've been told.
Yeah, no.
But I didn't know that Asians own the liquor.
Yeah, they're Asians.
I didn't know that they actually made liquor. I've never actually bought a bottle of liquor that said made in Asia, made in China, made in Taiwan. So when they threatened to pull the liquor out the neighborhoods, I think my mask was just going off, man, just venting or something. But I didn't know that Asians made liquor, man.
For real, we're gonna keep it up. But I can see, just like I told y'all earlier in the video, man, it's gonna be a lot of investors that's gonna pull out. It's just, it only makes sense. But we gotta take advantage of what we doing and capitalize on all of the markets that we can capitalize on. Y'all look out for that. That we funded, that we putting together. We're trying to have our own manufacturing facility. We need y'all support. This is for us.
Black America.
But we're definitely gonna be bringing more content.
Welfare.
Bringing y'all more updates on this. We gotta keep it going. I'm gonna leave some videos here that we've been boycotting African content creators. I got 2 that I'm finna showcase in the next video. Y'all check that out. Catch y'all in the next video though. Peace and love.
A community must have 3 things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Blacc. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
All right, thank you, Water Gun. Shout out to the Water Gun. All right, so moving along. Let's look it up, Buttercup. Exactly, Navi.
Now, as you know, we are in an active wealth transfer.
So moving along, some of my people are just so hard-headed. They just don't get the memo. So hard-headed Black woman who went to Asian nail salon, complains when they made her pay up front. So I'm sure give us an update on that.
Bringing the dollars home to Black America. And we know that the Asian gentleman helped spark off the wealth transfer. And shout out to him for doing this. This is something that we have been wanting to see for decades, and now we're starting to see it. But we have the hard-headed among us, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly, Navi.
And we knew we was going to have the hard-headed among us that's going to say, you know what? I'm going to go over there anyway. I'm not going to take my time to find a black nail tech who can do my nails as a woman. You know, I'm talking about if you're a woman. No, you're going to go in there anyway. And now this woman wants to record a video when the people are treating her exactly what other Black American women have said these people have treated her. But let's go ahead and play this video, right? Let's play it because, I got my opinion on this.
I do not mind paying. My problem is they literally didn't even finish my service. None of my services are done, but they want me to pay. And I'm a lawyer, and legally you don't have to pay until your services are done. No, you don't. No, you don't.
We asking Ben and I go ahead and pay.
And I'm actually a TikToker too, and
you can do it.
And I bet y'all will be done.
What is the problem? Pay before and after.
Because my services are not done.
You're almost done there, and we.
You know what? How I feel about this video? I'm on the Asian side. You know why? Because that's how they get down in their businesses. And you went in there anyway, so you actually wanted that kind of treatment, ma'am. So, hey, I'm not saying nothing negative about them. They have every right to demand you pay before they even finish. Yes, they do. Because you know what? Listen, y'all, when Black folks go in these people's businesses and they treat them this way, don't be sitting up here recording telling, I'm a TikTok, I'm a lawyer, soul. You should have followed what the community had to say. We're not coming to the rescue of people who want to be hard-headed, I'm going to do what I want to do. And then these people treat you the way they've been treating other Black folks for years. Then you want to pull out a camera. What you pull out a camera for?
That's on her.
I know good and well. You're not out of the loop that much. Well, you ain't heard Black people talking about, hey, man, we kind of avoiding their businesses right now. Hey, we doing a wealth transfer. Come on. Everybody has heard a little bit about it. It's not just on social media because they like to say that, that's only something online. No, everybody's online. It's rare if you have a person that's not connected online. Even people in jail is online. I've seen people in jail live streaming on TikTok. So people who don't even supposed to be live streaming with a phone is actually live streaming. So if the people in jail is actually connected to the internet, then the rest of you are definitely connected. But see, we got them kind of people in our community. They don't want to do what the community say do. They want to do whatever they want to do. Some of them are contrarians, hard-headed, want to go against the grain. And then when they get themselves in a position like this, now they want to be trying to expose something. You're not exposing a thing. I don't want nobody, no Black person saying nothing to those Asian people. Because that's what she wanted. She wanted that treatment right there. That woman don't have no self-respect for herself. She don't respect the greater community. And for sure, she don't respect Black women. Because a lot of Black women have got on code finally with this. Because it's been a long time we wanted Black women to get on code about those shops. And they have finally got on code and they say, we're going to look, where is the Black women? Where is the Black nail techs at? I want to go see them. You got Black women out here saying, listen, I do my own nails before I go to them. That's Black women right now standing on code. And you got some hard-headed Black women that want that treatment, and she got what she was looking for in that Asian shop. And I hope the Asians keep treating you that way until you go find you a good Black nail tech that's going to do your nails. Now, the Black nail tech, you may need an appointment. That's okay. I'm a doggone man, okay? Right. And I set appointments every week.
Right.
It's not hard to set an appointment. I tell my barber, matter of fact, I come the same time every week to get my hair cut. He already said, all right, Phil, I got you down. You know why I love appointments? Because that's the time I'm supposed to be in the chair. Mm-hmm. I walk in there at that time, I get in the chair.
Yep.
I ain't got time to be sitting around waiting to somebody to say, oh, I'll get you in 30 minutes. I'll get you in an hour. I know. I ain't got that kind of time. I'm a busy man. So when I go in, I want to get in the chair, get my hair cut, get out. That's the beauty of appointments. And to the nail tech, barber, beauty, the beautician, whatever. They know you're going to come there. They got to give you their undivided attention, and they guarantee to get some money at that time period. Walk-ins, you don't know if you'll get $1 or not. You don't know. Well, how does it work for the Asians? We ain't talking about them. We are our people.
Right.
And trust me, you get a better service with our people anyway. Better hygiene standards. You know our people got to follow every law of every state. Whether they're a barber, whether they a hairdresser, whether they a nail tech, whatever. Because the state will shut us down just like this.
Yeah.
They love to shut down black businesses.
Love it.
But if you want to be hard-headed, you want to be criminalized, go in the people's shop. Go ahead.
Go right ahead.
And then what you're gonna get out of it. I am not speaking up for none of you. At this point, if them agents put you in a headlock, they go upside your head, they follow you around the store, I'm not saying nothing in your defense.
Nothing.
I'm gonna say the agents did right in that video because they gave you exactly what you went in there looking for. Because everybody know by now what you're looking for.
Right.
Or what you're gonna get in there. All of the years upon years of disrespect to black people, and you still trying to go in there and give them your money.
Nice, period. Exactly.
That was so silly to me.
Mm-hmm.
And who cares about you a TikToker? So what?
Right.
I'm a lawyer. Okay.
So,
and you a lawyer and you can't go support a black woman?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you mean you got the money to do it. Mm-hmm. You really have no excuse.
Right.
But that's just how it is. That's how it is, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, in the community. That's how it is. Because some of them just do not want to follow what have to be done. But it was like that during the civil rights movement. It was like that during Reconstruction. We always got a group of black people who just do not want to do what's right. They always want to do something else. They think that they know better than the community. They think they know better until they get in trouble.
Yeah.
Then they want to come back to the community like Queen in that movie, the movie Queen. You know what I'm saying? Now you want to come back. Oh, no. Well, I'm going to go over there to the Asian restaurants anywhere. I don't care. I like it over there. Okay. Well, you can continue to go. That's fine. But if they do anything to you in there, don't look this way.
Right.
Because I am not speaking for any of you if something happened to you in their businesses at this point. These people are sabotaging black businesses every chance they get, and you still going in there?
Mm-mm.
No, that's just not happening. And we got to take a hard stance, black people, about black people violating the community rules. And the community rules right now is wealth transfer. That's the rules. Something happened to you in them places, you don't get the community support. That's all it is to it. Until you follow what the community is telling you to do. Can't stand people being hard-headed like that. There's always somebody got to be hard-headed.
Always.
And you got the nerve to pick up your phone and record them people. Man, you wanted that treatment.
Right. That's right, Uncle Phil. I don't feel no pity. She ignorant as hell. And she ain't been paying attention. All right, so great news. The musty man might be going to prison. So that Democratic shill, Willie D of the Ghetto Boys, is going to give us an update on
that. Willie D Live.
What's up, family? Well, what do we have here? Elon Musk, Donald Trump, your president, disco ball swinging buddy might be going to jail. No, seriously, fam. He might be going to jail. For what? Election fraud. He's the richest man in the world. But he might end up in jail. Y'all think that happened? Yeah. It's a long shot, but I'm hopeful. Who had this song? I think that was Twister had a song called Hopeful. Yeah, hopeful. It was jamming like a fool too. But yeah, this guy might just be going to jail. Let's see what the article says about Mr. Elon Musk here. There's Elon right there. And There he is with the bribe payment, $1 million for your vote. Billionaire Elon Musk likely broke Wisconsin law when he handed out $1 million checks to voters in 2025 state Supreme Court election, a bipartisan panel has found. The Wisconsin Elections Commission last week referred to 2 complaints to the Brown County District Attorney's Office, which can choose to bring criminal charges over violating the state law against election bribery. Prosecutors have 40 days to respond back to the commission. Musk, the founder of SpaceX and CEO of Tesla, was deeply involved in the effort to flip majority control of the highest court in battleground Wisconsin. The tech titan and groups he supported spent at least $20 million on the candidate backed by Republicans, Brad Schimmel. However, he lost by 10 percentage points to Democrat-backed candidate Susan Crawford. A month after the lopsided loss, Musk announced that he would be spending far less on political campaigns. Spending on the election topped $100 million, making it the most expensive judicial race in U.S. history. Wow, we could stop right there, fam, because what does that tell us? That tells us that our elected officials can be bought. That's problematic. I'm gonna tell you what I really, really hate about this country. I hate, besides the obvious, I really hate that this country allows foreigners to come here and set up shop. Only in the United States can a foreigner, well, they can do that in certain places in Africa too, especially in Africa. But besides African nations, only in the United States will they allow foreigners to come here and cut up a real big, hefty piece of the pie and own it. Like, they allow foreigners to come over here and own our football teams, basketball teams, baseball teams. They let them come over here and affect our elections. They let them influence our elections. They let them have a say in our democratic process. Like, they let them come over here and buy up land, buy up U.S. companies that have been stables in the nation for over 100 years.
That's to be expected.
I mean, America is just going to the highest bidder.
Right.
I think the wheels fell off when they made it possible for the lobbyists to serve as the middlemen. When those Congress members allowed lobbyists to serve as go-betweens between them and the big guys, the corporate guys, the money guys, the bags, it was over. It was over because you know, remember back in the Gap, they used to take the brown paper bag money, right? The money had to be moved around under the table. You had to be very careful about taking that money from these corporations. And then that was, even if they was donating to your campaign, there was limits. Now it ain't no limit. The corporate entities can have a particular agenda. They know that you're gonna take the bait. They give the money to the lobbyists. The lobbyists go over and have a conversation with you. You say, Next thing you know, your law firm is $3 million richer. Next thing you know, your wife's coffee shop is got a $15 million payday. Your wife's coffee shop made $15 in 1 week. Yeah, America is going to the highest bidder. Elon Musk understands that just the way his buddy, they understand it They understand how that goes. And that is a big time problem, fam, because we got a trillionaire who is facing a possible charge for election fraud. A trillionaire who is not even a born American. I say, take his money.
Right.
That's the punishment. That should be the punishment. Take all of his money. Shut his companies down. I mean, pretty much do like you tried to do with Diddy. Diddy was a little smarter than that, but go after his companies. Try to freeze his assets. Take the money. Shut down Tesla. Shut down SpaceX. See, they ain't gonna do that because that's too much like right. This dude has been interfering with American elections for a long time. And we know that he helped Trump rig the 2024 elections. We know that for a fact that he helped rig. So after they get him for the 2025 judicial rigging, they need to come back and get him for the presidential rigging. Yeah, because he absolutely rigged that election. Ain't no way Trump won that straight up. See, America got a lot of uncivilized mutts, but I really don't believe it's that many uncivilized mutts. I don't believe that there are 80 million uncivilized mutts in America. Maybe 70 million, but not 80. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Elon Musk posted a message on X that read, without me, Trump would have lost the elections. Dems would control the House, and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Y'all remember that? He said that. That dude right there, that's what he said. I mean, this is when him and Trump was beefing. This is when they both, the egos got so big that only one could be in the Oval Office. I knew it was a problem when Trump was inside of that Oval Office with Elon Musk, and Elon had his son in there, and his son said, I think his son said, you don't run the company or a country, or you're not even the president, or something like that. And Trump was speechless. Trump ain't never been speechless. Like, he never allowed anybody to just check him. Remember, he wouldn't even allow the judge to check him when he was on trial and he got those 34 felonies. The judge threatened him with contempt of court. As soon as he left the court, he was on his failed True Social Network typing away, talking bad about the judge, talking bad about the prosecutor, talking bad about the whole process, just going at everybody. And they not only did not hold him in contempt, not one time, he didn't spend one day in jail. They allowed him to run for president and be seated, because anybody can run for president. Anybody right now, you don't have to have any qualifications to run for president. But to be seated is something different. And that falls on, first and foremost, Congress.
Yeah, it's too many uncivilized mutts.
See, I couldn't have been a part of that party. Even if I was a Republican and part of that party, I wouldn't allow that to happen. Because in my mind, I'm thinking, we can't let one person have that much power.
Right.
What if you turn on any one of us? So I would have gotten everybody together and said, look, man, we can't let this dude be president. I wouldn't have allowed him to be president the first time if I had been in. I would have gathered the troops. I would have rallied the troops. But that just goes to show you that these people care more about trying to get some money, trying to pad their pockets. They care more about privilege. They care more about attention than they care about the American people. But they love to scream American people. They always talk about the American people, the American people, the American people, the American. Then at the end, they, God bless America. They don't give a damn about America. When y'all gonna wake up and figure that out? I'm talking about all y'all. Black people, we've been figured it out. What about the white people? And what about the Latino people. When y'all gonna figure it out? When are y'all, even some Asians, when are y'all gonna figure it out? Because I've been seeing these Asians for Trump run around here, talking about Donald Trump, and all this kind of stuff. When are y'all gonna figure it out? These people don't care about nobody, not even their own children. They do not care. They are just as much attention whores as the average person who hop on social media and chunk themselves for some attention. But what say you, fam? Drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts. No more talk.
Wow, so the musty man might be going to prison. They keep y'all updated on that. So in other news, historic flooding triggers mass rescues across southeast Missouri. Several of these Sundown towns was flooded. So that's ABK, ancestral and anti-Black karma. Excuse me. Anti-Black karma. So Lisa gonna give us an update on that. Shout out to Lisa, bro.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, there was some major flooding in Missouri, and you're not going to believe where some of the flooding hit. It hit where they were putting their allegedly all-white town. Remember how they made this announcement there was going to be an all-white town in the Ozarks? That flooded, y'all. It flooded along with other sundown towns that are around it. So I guess things are just not peachy keen, and their all-white town that they were trying to build, because it got flooded. So y'all, yes, the Most High's judgment is definitely real. It is definitely real. Okay, so let me go ahead and share my screen. You can get this news that came out of Missouri. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Bad karma. Anti-Black karma.
Thank you.
We turn now to the catastrophic flooding emergency back here at home. At least 10 rescued from the water after a building collapsed in Missouri. Dozens of water rescues playing out across multiple states. Drivers stranded in rising water and pulled from their cars. Heavy rain impacting roads and air travel. More than 6,000 flights disrupted during this busy summer season. More than 21 million people at risk of flash flooding. Here's ABC's Morgan Norwood.
Tonight, a state of emergency in Missouri after life-threatening flash floods swept through the region. First responders performing more than 90 water rescues, many at campsites like this, helping campers and residents stranded in trees by the rising waters. At one campsite in Reynolds County, officials say they rescued a group of at least 10 people that fell into the water when a building collapsed.
I got stuck, as you can see behind me.
Amy Wiggard and her cousin Dawn were camping with a large group of friends and family in Lesterville. When she says before dawn, floodwaters rushed away their 8 campers and 3 other vehicles. Fortunately, everyone in the group accounted for.
We were just in total shock, didn't think this was really happening. We got out of the campers and the water was up past our knees.
Tens of millions of Americans now under the threat of severe weather from Colorado to New Jersey, where police on Thursday rescued this driver from knee-deep floodwaters in Brunswick. In central Georgia, these trees uprooted after winds up to 60 miles per hour tore through the state. And north of the border, this Air Canada jet with 156 passengers on board veering off the taxiway while landing amid a heavy downpour in Montreal Thursday afternoon. Passengers deplaning with the jet still resting on the grass.
And Rachel, all that severe weather still taking a toll on air travel. Nearly 6,000 flights delayed or canceled. LaGuardia Airport here in New York among the hardest hit, with 10% of all its flights canceled. Rachel?
Okay, Morgan, thank you. So let's get right to WABC meteorologist Jeff Smith. Jeff, you're tracking that heavy rain and the flooding threats heading into the weekend.
Yeah, we have additional rounds of heavy showers and thunderstorms that will take us right into the weekend, hitting those same areas that were hit so hard during the past couple of days. Southeastern Missouri, all the way to parts of the Ohio Valley, all the way up into western Pennsylvania. Over 21 million people under flood watches into the weekend, 2 to 4 inches of rain over a wide swath. Also watching the possibility of severe storms with gusty winds, parts of Missouri, also portions of the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles. The extreme heat and humidity, the other big story over the southeast. Heat index values or feels like temperatures nearly 110 in a place like Charleston, South Carolina into the weekend. And talk about heat. Look at what's going on in the West, a massive heat dome building. And we could be breaking not only daily and monthly records, but maybe all-time record highs in a place like Billings, Montana, 111 for an actual temperature there by Sunday. Rachel?
Oh, yeah, seeing a lot of triple digits out west. Okay, Jeff, thank you.
I don't know. Let me look it up.
God damn, dude. Jesus Christ.
Freak out and start talking.
Why don't you text them and tell them we're on the roof? It's
Hopefully
okay.
It starts receding.
Why don't you text them and tell them we're on the roof? It's
Hopefully
okay.
It starts receding. Freak out and start talking.
An early morning deluge in the Show Me State, turning streets into rivers, campgrounds into waterways, and sending people scrambling for higher ground. No way, Dawn, it was going to hit it from the side there. Campgrounds throughout the state evacuated. This group of campers standing on the roof of vehicles. In Reynolds County, south of St. Louis, emergency responders conducted more than 90 water rescues. The flash flooding posing a danger to first responders, too.
That's scary. Get out. No.
This video appears to show state highway patrol officers abandoning their boat after it struck a submerged power line.
Yeah,
Authorities say they're still
person
searching
died.
for people after a building collapsed.
Like one.
The number of missing could fluctuate in the coming days. The sudden burst of rain
There you go.
overtaking this dam in Missouri's Blacc River. An aerial view shows a widespread flooding across the river's banks. The flooding has led to several road closures, and the water is reaching the rooftops of some homes. The National Weather Service has declared flash flooding in multiple states.
The water's just going to keep coming up. You got to come out.
Body cam footage showed the moment rescuers helped a resident escape through a car window as floodwaters continued to rise in New Jersey Thursday. Officials continued to warn residents to seek higher ground immediately. The governor of Missouri declaring a state of emergency and urging residents to stay vigilant. The water is still high.
Ooh.
And now we've got a severe weather threat on top of what they've had today. So let's get right to the maps and show you where that is. Flood warning remains in effect for Annapolis because of that high water, over 12 inches of it falling in spots, and water rescues possibly ongoing there with this severe weather threat coming in for the northern part of the state. That watch is in effect until 9 o'clock, and that flood watch stretches all the way through the Ohio Valley, River Valley, some of which has been extended into Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, the threat for severe weather is in southeast Missouri, through the heartland, Paducah, Louisville, Evansville, damaging winds, large hail, and yes,
Yeah.
some flash flooding. Meanwhile, the heat's the real deal. With all this water, another 2 to 5 inches potentially across the Tennessee Valley. Extreme heat warnings continue across the southeast, including Charleston. And look at the MOCCING. Extreme heat warnings there with temperatures getting up and over 100 degrees tomorrow, potentially seeing all-time record-breaking highs in places like Billings, potentially as high as 111. That is some major, dangerous heat. Major?
Rob Marciano, thank you so much.
Floodwaters are receding across southeast Missouri. The devastation, though, is coming into focus. Some families lost everything to the rising waters. Black Missouri resident Danielle Williams escaped the flooding in Reynolds County with her family, and she joins us now. Danielle, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your story. So glad to hear that you are safe. How are you doing?
Okay, a bit shaken up, but I'm okay.
So walk us through that day that the flooding all started and when you realized that you needed to get out.
So it was in the middle of the night, so everybody was sleeping. My cousin came at 3:30 in the morning and he's like, we need to leave. It's already past my ankles. The trucks are getting flooded. I woke my husband up and he's like, I've lived here my whole life. It's never gotten this bad. We're fine. So he just started moving things. And within 15 minutes, it was like up to our knees. And I was like, at that moment, I knew we needed to get to safety. We had 4 houses on the property at the time. And my other cousin that lived next door, she came and helped me with my 3 kids get to her house. And then by the time we made it to her house, the water was to our waist. And her house was already flooding at that point. So her husband drove her and her kids up to the highway. And then he swam back down to get me and my 3. He was able to put my 2 oldest in life jackets and then had me and my 2-year-old hold on to him. I ended up having to let go because if I didn't, then my 2 girls both drowned. I climbed the thorn tree with my 2-year-old and I just waited there for 45 minutes screaming for help because I can't swim, so I didn't know what to do. And they finally made it to me, and I fell out of the tree as my little boy. We were just being thrown through debris and about 9 or 10 feet of water. We ended up having to climb trees and use like logs to try to get out of it. And we finally got to the highway to safety. My little boy's head was just bobbing up and down the whole time in the water.
I am so sorry. As a parent, I can't even imagine how frightening that must have been for you and how hard that must have been to just recount that for us. Let's talk about the extent of the damage to your home because I understand that you're living in a hotel. How bad did the damage get?
It took everything. Everything's gone. It was a total loss. No place there's livable at the moment.
For anyone that's watching and, anything that you could give as a piece of advice for what to prepare for in terms of flash flooding. I know, as you mentioned, it happened so quickly. You woke up in the middle of the night and you just had to rush to save you and your family. Anything that you want them to understand and take away from your situation so that maybe it could help someone else?
Yes, I just want people to understand. I don't care if you've lived on the river your whole life, when there's a flood warning, just please leave because it can get bad so fast and there's no turning back at that point.
Danielle, I imagine that this was very hard to share your story with us, but I appreciate you taking the time to visit us on Weather Command. And I am so glad to hear that you and your family are safe. So hug them tightly and we'll be thinking of you.
Thank you. Can I tell them my Cash App?
That would be amazing. Yeah, if anyone would like to help you out, what is that?
It's D Williams 22419.
Is there anything in particular that you need more so than anything else?
We're just looking for building supplies to try to rebuild.
Okay. Danielle Williams, a Blacc, Missouri resident impacted by the flooding. We'll be thinking of you and wish you the best moving forward.
Thank you so much.
So y'all, they really got it. They really got it bad. It seems like these flash floods are cropping up everywhere. Even when I was talking to y'all last week and I was telling you the street behind me was flooded, we got 3 inches of rain in like an hour. And the street behind me didn't drain so well, so they got flooded. But the good thing, it did not, flood on my street. The drains were working.
Exactly.
But these flash floods are everywhere now. I don't think a week goes by where some area is not underwater now. I literally can find these stories every single day. So I guess flash flood is not so rare. It is very much a common occurrence, for real. So y'all, I'm I'm going to go ahead and conclude because, you know, it's after 9 and I got to get things ready for tomorrow so I don't want to miss a beat with getting the orders out. So everybody have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. And yes, the Most High is definitely fighting for us right now. There's no doubt about it. Shalom, family.
Shalom, please. Yeah, it's ancestral anti-black karma for your age.
Today we're talking about Remington MCCALL, man.
So another Chet the Builder, looking like Remington MCCALL loses everything after mocking Nolan Wells' death. Great news, great news, great news.
Remington MCCALL.
Street Media TV's gonna give us an update on that. And they have like 2 more videos about this very topic.
Man, this guy, he's like a Chud the Builder. He's like, you know, these guys now, they figure they can make a living coming online disrespecting black people, saying all kinds of disparaging things about black people, and we can make a living for it. We can use all kinds of code words for W supremacy. We can do all those things, right? And this guy, he went viral for mocking Nolan Wells. Now we know that we had a bunch of black people that's in Mississippi that's turned up, drowned, and everything. But the biggest case is the Nolan Wells case. So he figured I'll go viral by saying some disparaging things about Nolan Wells. Well, it's kind of backfired on him, and now he's been fired from his job. He's whining, he's crying. But I want to talk about some of the things that you know, Francis Quest Wilson taught us about the way that they think first, and then we'll get off into everything else.
Racism is a behavior system that is organized because people are a minority on the planet. They are a tiny minority of the world's people. The black, brown, red, and yellow people are the world majority. Not only that, people are genetic recessive in terms of skin coloration. You see somebody like who's white, if they have sexual relations with a black person, the product is colored. And there is the fear. Genetic annihilation. It existed in Europe. It exists here today.
After I got, or after I went viral on Twitter and
this here. So this here is Remington MCCALL, and he's talking about, you know, getting channels taken down, but he's whining and crying. He's whining and crying because he's being punished because they're not allowing him to say disparaging things about black people, right?
They took my TikTok down, and it seems like it's total shit then. And then I made another TikTok. That didn't last very long. Come here, boy. And well, so here's my new one. Yeah, I don't know if they have me shadow banned. I don't know if they have my face just banned, kind of like I've seen them do sometimes when they show videos of Gypsy Crusader or Handsome Truth. You know, they kind of just, I've seen a lot of videos of them just get taken down just because it's their face. So I don't know, maybe because I went viral, they put me in the AI.
Well, what did they go viral for? All of these people, what are they going viral for, right? They making America great again, right? Yeah.
Rhythm or whatever. I'm just, so I'm going to be trying to find other means of getting videos out there. But give me a follow. I hope all my old people find me.
But he's actually upset and mad because he can't say bad things about black people. And he wants to find other ways, right? But there's W folks out there. There's some W folks out there that's riders, and they're tired of W folks like them making them look bad. And they're calling this stuff out, right? They're calling this stuff out. They're trying to hold him accountable because they don't want to be looked at as racist, right?
Looking forward to seeing you all.
Let's go on a journey. About a month ago, a guy went viral for posting a video complaining about Muslim music in Walmart.
If you can hear, Walmart is playing Muslim music.
Mr. Hate 88, which if you don't know, 88 is a dog whistle. H is the 8th letter of the alphabet. HH as in so. Anyway, the thing is.
So what he's talking about is they're using these short abbreviations for W supremacy. And he's a W connected. He knows who they are. And he's calling it out.
is when you are an unlikable piece and then you finally get attention for something like a viral video, you are desperate to have that happen again. So you start doubling and tripling down on ways to try and get that attention, even if it's negative. And so his new move was to post a video about the tragic death of Noah Wells.
Yeah, we did it. We sure did do it. What you think? What you think we do when we take y'all young men camping with us? We know them boys don't know how to swim. You throw them in that water. We say, swim, boy, swim. Whoa, learn how to swim, boy. You can't do it. Yeah, they did it. Them boys did it. This is a damn tradition for us.
And he tried to act on talking about that was just satire. He was being funny. What was funny about that? This is the sadistic mind of a lot of these people. This is the way that they think, the way that they operate. What was funny about that? I'm trying to find a punchline in that.
Y'all be in there splashing and screaming, I can't swim, I can't swim.
And it isn't just some random look at me one-off. He's been posting hateful shit like this for a while, like the video this frame comes from. Yeah, see, in my opinion, that leads me to believe you're potentially dangerous. So let's just get into this. It's Jacksonville, Florida. I want you to note this scar on his forehead and how it matches that one right there. That one being on Remington McCall of Jacksonville, Florida. He has since deleted this LinkedIn. But you see that Clarion Associates right there? You don't have to reach out to them and talk to them about him because they already posted as recently.
They already fired him, but we're going to get into that.
Come to our attention that one of our now former employees posted a vile and racist video online. This employee was immediately terminated upon our knowledge of said video. And like we have established, it's many, many videos. But at least he did one that was loud enough that people went digging. So he lost his job. Also, he's divorced with a history of domestic abuse arrests. So he seems like a real charmer. But I'm making this video just in case there's...
You notice most of these guys, why you have the Me Too movement from so many W women of abuse, because they blamed us, the black man, as the poster child in the face of everything, right? SA assaults, abuse, murder, everything. We get, but this is the thing. The original Pirates of the Caribbean, the original Jack Sparrows, how can they commit all of these crimes that they've done to establish America and all of a sudden they just stopped doing it? All of a sudden they just turned it off. No, they are the original face of criminality. That's why you have so many women saying me too and separating from them. Because, listen, the history speaks for itself, man. It speaks for itself.
Anyone left in your life who doesn't know exactly what you are. So congratulations, Remington Lane McCall. I hope your 15 seconds were worth it.
But the thing is, it gets worse, y'all.
Because this is going to follow you likely the rest of your life.
That are fans of Chuck, but I need to clear up some things. Yes, I was in the Aryan Brotherhood. I did some extensive prison time. I am no longer a part of that organization, but I stood on it, as you can see, when I was. If I'm banging, I'm claiming you're going to see it all over me. I mean, that's just the facts. But regardless, as a former one, I'm not going to disrespect. I'm not out here to pick fights. They don't do that. They're not just an organization. They're just proud to be white. And that's okay. It's proud to be, I want you to be proud of you. Be proud to be black. Be proud to be Mexican. Everybody needs to be proud of their own heritage. That's how the world's supposed to work.
Just for educational purposes.
Now, listen, I'm going to show I want y'all to understand something. When they try to tell you that W folks are not educated in their history and story and our story, that's a lie. A lot of them know our story. They just choose to be racist, right? This W right here is about to break down the whole thing. I'm going to shut up and get out the way and let him speak. I'm not going to say a word. I'm going to let him speak.
Purposes only, not to throw any shade at anyone. I will actively support anyone who is trying to deconstruct and learn the work of anti-racism. In fact, I reached out to the creator of that video and said I would love to connect with him. The thing he said is that this organization was not racist, and I used to believe the same exact thing. I used to believe that we were just pro our people. We weren't anti other people. But white pride and white supremacy at its very core is anti-black, anti every other race. The 14 words are the creed, the motto, supremacy. The 14 words are, we must secure the existence of our race and a future for white children. The author of the 14 words was David Lane. David Lane was like one of the leading voices of white supremacy. He also wrote these 88 precepts, which was a manifesto that he wrote while in prison, which talked about racial preservation and one of the leading voice nationalism. Other thing that he said is that we should be proud of who we are. We should be proud of our heritage. He said, I should be proud to be white. You should be proud to be black. Be proud to be Mexican. Problem is our identity, our heritage isn't in whiteness. White pride was birthed out of fear of the Great Replacement Theory, an existential threat to our very existence.
He's proving what Francis Cress Welsing just said. He's proving that about why they created in the first place was to preserve them, because they knew that they was being bred out. Even when they was enslaving us and doing what they was doing to our women, they was still breeding themselves out. They was still breed. They had guns, bombs, bullets, rockets, everything. We didn't need none of that. Our very biology and nature was breeding them out. They knew that. And that's why they created racist curriculums and everything else to make us see ourselves as less than. He's explaining this. Just listen. Take the emotion out.
It inevitably started marginalizing and oppressing other races. Black pride and brown pride was founded in surviving the oppression from white pride. Black pride was literally trying to stop the cultural and identity erasure of generations of people by white pride type of people. Back then, people didn't identify by whiteness. They identified by their nation of origin or their ethnicity, being British, Dutch, Irish, Italian. Some wealthy elite Europeans could count, and they realized that if they gave the poor Europeans a little bit of perceived social status by labeling them white, they would let them vote, buy land, sell land, enter into contracts, get married and get divorced, give them a gun and a badge, and let them lord over all the non-white people, and then they would do their bidding. They would sign up in their military forces and their police forces to protect the elite white people. This is why I say it's so important for us to do the work. We can't just say, okay, well, I'm not racist. I'm not a part of that anymore. We have to learn the work of anti-racism.
So this is a W exposing the culture of his people. Stop letting them tell you that they don't know the story. They do. They just don't care, right? You are nothing. You are less than the gum beneath the bottom of their shit. But some of them are tired because they don't want their children being born or raised in this type of world. So they're speaking up and they're speaking out, right? But Remington McCall, he now is speaking out because his livelihood has been shattered because of his own choices. His own choices. He chose to go out there and say the things that he said. So now he's feeling
so we can help other people deconstruct.
So as you all know, I've been doxxed. I lost my job this morning. Had to leave home. Everybody's fell at me. Now these idiots are wanting to get a judge involved because I'm a dangerous person, and now they want to try and do something about custody because I'm too much of a danger.
So he's losing his job, he's losing his children, and he's out here trying to look like Chud. He's trying to channel that same energy of Chud the Builder.
To be around children. All because of a video, clearly satire. I don't even, I might have a little bit of a country accent, not much, but I was using a country accent in the video. But I mean, whatever. I'm not trying to apologize. I'm just showing the ridiculous of it, the ridiculousness of it. They had the FBI reach out and all that, saying that I did whatever with Nolan Wells. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's satire. Yeah, it's mocking you because you're him. I don't know. So yeah, you want to.
He represents the consciousness and the thought process of many Americans across America. And when they see this kind of punishment, they just get real quiet. That's all. But they're still there. They're still your lawyers, your judges, your doctors, your everything, your police officers. They're everywhere. Your firefighters. They're all over the place.
Accuse these young men and try and have their life ruined while they're innocent just because of the color of their skin, because you hate them, because you're being racist.
Now, we're racist where we've been accused of everything because of the color of our skin. But the minute it reverses back on you, you can't handle it. So imagine if you had to walk in our shoes since we for the last 500 years, right? But this lets you know that they have a chip missing somewhere in their brain. They have the inability to change. He will never change. He can't. It's just in his DNA.
And all y'all just so racist and shit. Y'all racist. Racist. Y'all just hate us for nothing. You know, y'all born like this. It's in your blood. Your parents teach you this. Blah, blah, blah. No, you can make us like this. You do it. Nobody else but you. You know.
So now we're the ones that make them like that. We're the ones. We're all of a sudden he's blaming us. We're the problem, right? This is the way that a lot of these people think, and this is why I'm saying, like, man,
99% of parents, I'm pretty sure, teach their children that we're all equal, we're all human. The religious ones, like my parents were.
Now he's saying the religious. You can miss me with that small time stuff, because it's funny how y'all had the Bible and we had the Bible, and you still was lynching black people. You were still lynching black men in their military uniforms, babies, right? All these things, right? While y'all had the Bible and justifying it in the Bible. So that small time stuff ain't gonna work on me.
Jesus loves everybody. Everybody's your brothers and sisters in Christ.
No, they're not. Not based off of your teachings. You justified segregation. You justified the dehumanization of black people. You justified 3 little girls being blown up in the church, and Ruby Bridges, the little image of Ruby Bridges and desegregation of schools. You justified this stuff. You justify saying that what happened to us was over 60 years ago, let it go, and want to use now all of a sudden, we're the problem. We don't want to accept your apologies. And now we're the racist ones because we have a preconceived notion about you based off of your history with us. All of a sudden, we're the problem. Oh, okay.
Nobody's tongue hate to you. You teach it to us. You radicalize people with your violence, with your racism, takeovers, and your trash behavior, and the violence you do.
So our trash behaviors and the violence that we do, not in their neighborhoods, but to ourselves, based off of what was done to us by your people. And now you get to be our judge and jury. This is what I told y'all yesterday about the psyche and the mindset. They believe that the only reason why you have anything in this country is because they allowed you to have it. So this is what I'm saying to you. You are nothing to them. This is the way that they view you.
Per capita in the statistics. Learn what that means.
You hear him? Listen to this man.
You lead in every crime.
No, we don't. Not at all. Not at all. Assaults, right? Larceny, everything. Essay assault, everything y'all lead in, not us. And you know what he ain't gonna bring up? We also lead in 51% of all exonerations because of the way our image is tarnished in the media by people like you, right? Monsters like you. You can pull that small time over on somebody else, not George.
You praise the violence. You praise the thug culture. You have no morals. None. Zero.
And this is the thing, right? This is the thing. We're the ones that don't have morals, but the history is on our side about his people, right? He want to overlook that, and we're supposed to just get over it and move on because he said he's W and he say so. And you have these sellout black conservatives that run with that. Anything to make money. This man know who he is. He knows the way he was raised in the household he come from. You think that he just started talking like that yesterday? He heard his grandfather and great-grandfather and father and grandmother them talk like this. He heard them say this. This is why he speaks this way. But if you take the emotion out, you let them speak long enough, they show you who they are. And you think that he's a lone wolf? You think that he's the only one that think like this? Come on, man. It is what it is. I ain't got to say no more. I just put him up on the Summer Jam screen. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love y'all. Till the next time, peace.
Man loses job over allegedly mocking the death of Nolan Wells. Here's the video that caused the outrage online.
Yeah, you got that right. Yeah, we did it. We sure did do it. What you think? What you think we do when we take y'all young men camping with us? We know them boys don't know how to swim. Yeah. We throw them in that water. We say, swim, boy, swim. Whoa, learn how to swim, boy. You can't do it. You can't do it, boy. Y'all ain't ever going to learn how to swim. Yeah. Yeah, they did it. Them boys did it. This is a damn tradition for us. Yeah. This is a tradition. We take you boys out in the woods. We throw you in the swamp. We throw you in the creek. We throw you in the springs and rivers. Yeah, we throw you in them oceans. Y'all can't do a damn thing. Y'all be in there splashing and screaming, I can't swim. I can't swim. Oh, hell no. But you know, it ain't our fault. It ain't our fault you're stupid. Grown man don't know how to swim. Yeah, what y'all think we do? You know, yeah, it's a big conspiracy. You know, every 6 months this skin tone, we all get together in our neighborhoods and we have like a little neighborhood meeting. Y'all ain't invited. We get together, we make plans, we talk about y'all, talk about, yeah, let's put this one in football, you know, let's put this one in basketball. Yeah, let's encourage him to do that and this. Yeah. We bet on y'all. Man, we just play y'all like a damn game and y'all don't even know it. This is a tradition.
Thanks for giving us the master plan, homie. You should have dropped a little blueprint. It's the cackling for me. As he talked about Blaccs being thrown in the water and not being able to swim. And now he's thrown in the unemployment line. I actually think HR should capture that cackle, make it a ringtone, fire him and then play it, you know? See if he's laughing then. Now, guess what? He's claiming in a follow-up video that it was just satire. Yeah, I lost my job for this. Come on, I was just kidding. Let's cue it up.
The FBI reached out to somebody related to me. I don't know why they didn't reach out to me. I don't know why they haven't come talk to me. But they asked them if I had anything to do with the what's his name? Nolan. The Nolan Wells situation because of the video of me mocking these idiots. Saying those boys did it. And I guess I said we did it, but clearly I meant we as in, these people, this skin tone people. And yeah, like somebody in the comments said, clearly these morons do not understand satire. So as you all know, I've been doxxed. I lost my job this morning. I had to leave home. Everybody's pissed off at me. Now these idiots are wanting to get a judge involved because I'm a dangerous person, and now they want to try and do something about custody because I'm too much of a danger to be around children. All because of a video, clearly satire. I don't even, I might have a little bit of a country accent, not much, but I was using a country accent in the video. But I mean, whatever. I'm not trying to apologize. I'm just showing the ridiculous of it, the ridiculousness of it. They had the FBI reach out and all this bullshit.
I can't do his cackle. At this point, I'd like to ask our crack indisputable team if they can locate the baby mama. Love to give her a hug. taking him back to court, huh? Look, his words are very dangerous. And perhaps he should not be around children. And if he's not seeing them that much, then we need to raise the child support too. Baby mama, call me. You're a fool. What happened to all the laughing? And they talk about the skin color and all that nonsense. Just say white people. That's who you're referring to. You said that was your tribe, and you told us about monthly like HOA meetings where you plotted to harm and plan out the lives of Blacks. You clearly would have used a different word. Why anyone would make a video, satire or otherwise, mocking the death of Nolan, you get what's coming to you, bruh. You get exactly what's coming to you. Families grieving, communities grieving, people are wondering, people are scared, stories aren't adding up, and Nolan's gone. And yet this fool wants us to be sorry for him because you done lost your job. Baby mama, please find her. I have some other things I'd like her to put in her petition to kind of maybe, seal the deal here. And your kids are embarrassed too. How do I know? I don't. But I'm telling you, they're likely embarrassed.
Well, hello, ADNC fam. I hope all is well. Family, we got a conversation to have today. Do you remember a couple of days ago, fam, when I was talking about this one outstanding anti-Black racist who had the caucasity to go on camera on his social media talking so much smack in reference to Nolan Wells, who we all know at this point was found unalived on Horn Island when he went down for July 4th weekend with all white friends, and he was the only Black person. Just to give you some context about the story. All right, so this outstanding anti-Black racist had the caucasity, as I said, to go on his social media talking about, yeah, we did it, they did it, we did it. And I guess he thought he was safe. So as you can see in the thumbnail, I said the power of new Black media because we got him, family, we got him. So allow me to introduce you to the anti-Black racist whose name is actually Remington McCall, AKA Mike, all right? Worked at Clary and Associates, at least worked there, not anymore. And give our good sister some flowers, the one who actually located him. Go give her a follow. She did great work. We appreciate you, sister. We appreciate you. Here are the reviews. People are saying not so many nice things about Remy. Remy doesn't seem to be a very good employee, it would seem. Look it up. Look at that. And the actual company has a 1.8 rating. Okay. So kudos to this sister who said, I found him, and let us all know. All right. But do you think that was enough for this man? Absolutely not. This man is still going around running his fresh mouth. But in this video, he kind of does really look like he wants to cry. But let's just take a look together and tell me what you think.
The hunt for me is over. They got me. They know my name, my address, everything. I knew it was going to happen. After the Walmart video went viral, all I got was just constant threats. Then the other video went viral, and then that was a definite, they would find out who I am. But there's that. Well, I guess, my followers out there that don't know my name is Remington. But yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. Still stand by everything I say. And then the FBI reached out to somebody related to me. I don't know why they didn't reach out to me. I don't know why they haven't come talk to me. But they asked them if I had anything to do with the what's his name? Nolan. The Nolan
Well, you better say his name right, because you had so much to say before. Didn't he, fam? He had so much to say. And now he's like, oh, what's his name? Oh, you told on your people. That's why the FBI is looking for your behind. Let us keep going.
This damn
I don't know why they didn't reach out to me. I don't know why they haven't come talk to me. But they asked them if I had anything to do with the what's his name, Nolan, the Nolan Wells situation, because of the video of me mocking these idiots, retardation, saying those boys did it. And I guess I said, we did it, but clearly I meant we as in, these people, this skin tone people. Clearly these morons do not understand satire. And another thing I saw in the comments was talking about beating my ex-wife. So just to clear that up, that was 10, 11 years ago, and nobody got beat. It was not a beating. And actually, if you see the report, I've never even looked at the report, maybe since court and all that. I don't even know if I really even looked at it. But there was no beating. It was.
So that's a lie. He did put his hands on this woman, and that's why she left his behind. And the actual report says battery. Mm-hmm. So if he's saying he just snatched some keys out of her hand and that caused her to leave him and divorce him, we all know that's a big fat lie, okay? He was charged with battery, and he was found guilty of battery. I just want to clarify that.
Me snatching my own keys out of her hand. Yeah, I don't know. I'll see what happens. Definitely going to be interesting. Going to have to leave home. Going to have to go through all kinds of changes and inconveniences because people in this country don't like. It's ridiculous. This country is so. Anyways.
Aw, poor Remy. So as you can hear, he still has so much nonsense to say, even through all that. He's calling us idiots, all of that good stuff. And it's not over yet, family. He's still talking. He continued to talk. Let us hear what else old Remy has to say.
Been doxxed. I lost my job this morning. I had to leave home. Everybody pissed off at me. And now there's just, constant, comments and videos of threatening my life. I haven't threatened anyone. I haven't threatened anyone. Not one of you.
What you think we do when we take y'all young men camping with us? We know them boys don't know how to swim. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You throw them in that water. We say, swim, boy, swim. Woo! Learn how to swim, boy. You can't do it. You can't do it, boy. This is a damn tradition for us. Yeah. This is a tradition. We take you boys out in the woods. We throw you in the swamp. We throw you in the creek. We throw you in the springs and rivers. Yeah, we throw you in the oceans. Y'all can't do a damn thing.
Now these idiots are wanting to get a judge involved because I'm a dangerous person. And now they want to, try and do something about custody because I'm too much of a danger. You want to accuse these young men.
I just want to pause for a second. He says that they want a judge involved and they want to talk about custody because he's too much of a danger. Well, when he decided to put his hands on his wife, he did it in front of children. So that is why they're looking at all of that. And then, of course, when you go on there and tell on your people, talking about they did it, and he's laughing and talking about how we can't swim, and that's what we do. We take you out there and we throw you in the water, and then when you can't swim, and he was even reenacting a Black person not being able to swim and drowning and all of that stuff. And so now he's saying he has the nerve to play victim now? He has the nerve to play victim. All of a sudden now he's upset. He's upset he lost his job. What did you think was going to happen, Remy? See, that's the problem with a lot of these folks when they go out here behaving this way. what's happening more and more now is you're starting to receive the consequences for your actions. There's an ongoing investigation with many questions and many inconsistencies about a young Black man who was the only Black man amongst a group of so-called white friends on a trip. And he's the only one that ends up missing and then ultimately found unalive. And you call us morons and idiots when you went on camera and mocked this man, this young man, not even thinking, clearly not thinking, about the fact that you've got a family that's grieving, a family that has no answers, and an ongoing investigation. And you choose to do that, and you're calling us idiots? Excuse me, sir, but I think you need to go get a mirror and take a good, long, hard look at yourself. Because the idiots are definitely not us, all right? And we're not idiots because we're making sure that we get the truth. Because only people who would just accept what everybody is saying as it relates to the coroner and everybody else that's saying, oh, there's no foul play. We're not idiots. That's why we're making sure we get the truth. Okay? Let us keep going.
And try and have their life ruined.
Yeah, they did it. Them boys did it. This is a damn tradition for us. Yeah.
All because of a video. Clearly satire. I stand by everything I say. You people have no morals at all.
You throw them in that water and say, swim, boy, swim. Woo! Learn how to swim, boy. You can't do it. You can't do it, boy.
Because you're the racist. Oh, y'all just so racist and shit. Y'all racist. Racist. Y'all just hate us for nothing. You know, y'all born like this. It's in your blood. Your parents teach you this. Blah, blah, blah. No. You fuck us like this. You do it. Nobody else but you. Your community is fucking sick. Praise use of solicit or illicit substances.
So he says that our community is sick and our community is the one responsible for illicit substances. And he's going on to say that we have no morals. Sir, may I remind old Remy again that a young Black man was unalived and you are the one who chose to use your personal social media platform to mock this young boy and tell on your people and say that your people are the ones that did it, which is why the FBI is looking for you, which is why you lost your job because your company, Clary and Associates, does not want to, they don't want that smoke. You're a liability now, okay? And you're talking about drugs. Let's just see now. Does that look like family? Tell me what you think. Tell me what you think. Let me just fast forward over there because we don't even want to hear any more of this nonsense.
Right.
But let's just fast forward to what he's talking about here about our community.
Nothing. You know, y'all born like this. It's in your blood. Your parents teach you this. Blah, blah, blah. No. You fuck us like this. You do it. Nobody else but you. Your community is fucking sick. Praise use of solicit.
All right, so let me stop right there because he's talking about use of solicit drugs. Family, anybody want to drop in the chat what's on this man's tongue? And he's talking about drugs. He's talking about us. Once again, gaslighting, pointing the finger at us, saying that we're the reason that they are racist when all we do is mind our Black business, or try to be a good person and actually have some trust in people that look like him and then end up unalived. And he's talking about our community. Our community is good and very good. You, sir, are the one who is, into some illicit drugs, not us.
Or illicit substances. I haven't said anything wrong.
Well, he said he hasn't said anything wrong. Well, if he didn't say anything wrong, he wouldn't be out of a job. The FBI wouldn't be looking for him. Everybody wouldn't be mad at him, as he said. And all that wouldn't be happening if he didn't do anything wrong. He's in Walmart complaining about Muslim music. And then he's walking around videotaping people in Walmart and talking about, look at what this country has become and all of that stuff. And then he's blaming us. We didn't do anything. We didn't do anything, sir. You need to look in the mirror and look at yourself. You need to blame yourself. You are responsible for the position that you are in. You see, the thing about a lot of these people like him that are anti-Black racists and certified anti-Black racists is that they feel like they have the complexion for the protection, which oftentimes they tend to, right? Oftentimes their outcome is different from Black people's outcome.
Yeah.
But I will say this again, and I will say it moreover. You chose a situation with a young Black man ending up losing his life to go on camera and say your people did it. And then you want to call it satire. You can call it whatever you want to call it, but you're all over the place.
Right.
He's all over the place, family. He's saying it's satire.
Yeah.
Then he says he stands by what he said. He said, we can't handle the truth. Okay, so which one is it, Remy? Are you telling the truth or is it satire? Right? So are you standing by your word? Just stand by your word. Say it with your whole chest. You know you're a racist. Don't blame it on us. It's not our it's not our fault that you have all this hate for us. We didn't do nothing to you, okay? Right. And neither did this beautiful young Black man that lost his life otherwise than thinking he had some friends, okay? And I'm not going to say anything definitively one way or the other until I get all the information. Shout out to Ben Crump, who's doing the work, and everybody else that's doing the work to make sure the truth comes out. And when the truth comes out, I'm going in. So I'm not going to accuse anybody of anything until I get the actual truth. All I will say is what everybody else is feeling and thinking, which is something doesn't add up. Right. And we're not accepting no foul play. That's what I'm going to say, and I'll leave it at that for now. So you, sir, who chose to go on camera and talk about it, you need to take responsibility for your actions, okay? So I'm going to also show a text message. Not sure who he was sending it to, but we do have a text message. And as usual, once again, he's showing how much of an outstanding anti-Black racist he is, even though all of this has happened to him. So let's read it all together, family. Yeah. So here we go. So he says, well, I don't know, LOL. Went to go speak to my boss this morning before everyone got there. I'm walking up to the building and I can hear the phone ringing inside over and over. So I knew it was them. Them, I guess I'm assuming maybe, I don't know, the FBI, or I'm not sure who them are, but told him what was going on and he already knew. So some people were calling him. So I left him with the keys to the work truck, and that's that. Everybody in my family is telling me I don't need to be home. I need to go somewhere. IDK, I don't know. Pretty, and then he used the S word, at the moment. IDK, I need to find an all Y, which he means white company, somewhere to apply. I don't know if that will even work. My company was all white when I started 6 years ago. The owner had just passed. That's, by the way, it's PASSED. And you want to call us idiots? Just saying. And his wife took over. And she's turned the company half dem N-words. And then he put the SH word in like long letters and all that. If he was still alive, a Southern Baptist white man, I don't think, sorry, family. He said, if I was alive, he said, I don't think, My bad, family. I just want to make sure I get the whole thing. So basically, he's saying if that boss was still alive, he said, I didn't think I'd even have much issues. So basically, he's saying it's no longer all white. It's a company that has people that maybe are Black, maybe are visible minorities, whatever the case may be. He's saying that, once again, gaslighting, it's become our problem and our fault when he's the one who opened his fresh mouth. Not once, not twice, more than that. And then even in writing. So he's had a lot to say. And now it's the victim mentality, right? It's the white fragility that stepped in. And we're not having it. And I'm sorry, but I don't feel sorry. Do you feel sorry for him?
No.
Do you? I don't. Let's hear what you guys are all saying here. Thank you so much for joining me on this and having this conversation about old Remy. So you said usual suspect. Vanessa, you said time to play the game. Never have I ever. I love that. Oh my goodness. You said the nerves of these people, they always look like they're victims after they committed, heinous crimes. Exactly. All we do is mind our own business. We mind our own Black business. And I always say, and we're kind and we give so much grace. And what happens? Things like this, unfortunately. Confessions of, yes, get him fired. Excellent. Yeah, listen, like I said, the company doesn't want this smoke. They don't want this problem. And when you hear those 3 letters, FBI, you better believe that company's like, you need to go. You need to go, bro. We don't want nothing to do with you. Never. You said Nolan at the hands of the people, him and his parents. Yeah. I'm waiting until I get all the information. Then I'm coming. I'm coming.
So you hit that like and subscribe button.
I'm coming. You said I don't think they can swim either. Yeah, listen, I was saying it the other day, which is this whole narrative that Black people can't swim is ridiculous. Like I said, I've been swimming since I was 6 years old, and everybody in my family, all of my friends, we all swim. We're all strong swimmers. Black people can swim. All right. If you go to the Caribbean, you go to Africa, you go all over, you see Black people in the ocean. We swim. All right. So this narrative that Black people can't swim and whatever, whatnot. Listen, he buried his own self. Okay. He told on his people and he buried his own self. So everybody that's mad at him, whose fault is that? Not our fault. You chose to open your mouth.
Right.
Ben the Stomp Crump. Exactly. Shout out to Ben Crump. Oh my goodness. Shout out. Sometimes they don't understand unless you speak their language. Facts.
To hell with Ben Crump.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all the compliments here in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see what else we got. We're not stupid enough to have knowledge of information. Yes, exactly. I remember Jabbar Henderson. I remember. And just the other day, I had brought up 5 examples because in the clip I did the other day, this same Mr. Remington, aka Mike Remington, was saying that, oh, show me an example of us committing crimes like this. Show me an example. And I was like, oh, bet. I'll give you a whole bunch of examples. So, the gaslighting is real, family. Gaslighting is real. Yeah, you're right, Brian Jefferson. And what I was going to also say in closing, but because you just said that, I'm going to say it now, which is he said that he has to leave home and, maybe he doesn't know where he can go to escape all the smoke he's getting, all the hate and all the other things that he's getting. I think maybe he should consider, and you family, tell me what you think. Should he possibly consider going to that all-white compound that they're building in Arkansas that's for whites only? Wouldn't that be a good place for him to go? I don't know. Would they accept him? Maybe they won't even accept him because of the FBI that's looking for him. I don't know. Just saying that might be an option. Maybe they'll accept you with open arms because, you know, they want to keep it all white. And then if you're on that compound, you don't have to worry about seeing people in Walmart that are Black, and you don't have to worry about Muslim music, and you don't have to worry about, you know, Black people turning up unalived around there. And, you know, as you said, your people being accused of it, you know, just think about it. Arkansas, it's a good idea. Go to the compound. Nothing yet. We're still waiting on more information on the Nolan Wells case. And, you know, we're all keeping our good eye on it. And as I said, the power of new Black media, we're keeping our good eye on it. And we're not taking our foot off of the gas for 1 minute. Because everything about this case smells a rat. And I'm not calling them rats. It's just a figure of speech. Something is not right here.
Right.
And
something not right.
God doesn't sleep. So we will get the truth. We will. And anybody who may be involved in the unaliving of this beautiful young man, you're going to get what you have coming to you. You absolutely will. If I were you, I would turn yourselves in and tell the truth.
What's the cord?
Just saying. All right, let's see what else you guys are saying here. You said, I just hate they got, oh, really? I think that they're doing good work. I think that they're on the case and they're doing a good job. You don't like Ben Crump? Yeah, they did have, yeah, you're saying that they had to get his dental records. Exactly, because, and how does somebody who drowned, you got to do all of that? Do you see what I'm saying? Yet we're the ones that are idiots? No. No, we're not idiots. We know. There are enough cases like this where there's the only one Black person amongst a group of white people that ends up unalived, enough to know that we want answers. And we're not just going to accept no foul play and then that's the end of it.
Right.
Absolutely not. So he said maybe they will be shown the reality of who's the, right, intelligence human beings. I mean, we already know, family, that it's us. We know, right? They just have to get there. And I don't know when they will, but maybe this is a lesson to anybody else that wants to be a hater of Black people, that thinks that it's a great idea to go online and talk about, oh, they did it. This is what we do. We take you into the cabins and into these places and we watch you drown, right? He did all of that. Let that be a lesson to y'all. More and more and more accountability is starting to happen as you go and do these kinds of things against us.
Right.
Sorry, not sorry.
Hey.
You said you don't want to be that one Black friend. Exactly. Ooh. I've said this before and I'll say it again, and I will keep saying it, which is me growing up in a very, very highly anti-Black racist area in Quebec and going through all of that. And then even when they conceded and realized, okay, this Black family is not going anywhere, so I'm just going to go ahead and accept it and befriend them. And they would invite me or my sisters or my brothers to their homes. Do you know what my parents said? They said, absolutely not.
Right.
You're not going to anybody's house. You're not sleeping over at none of their houses. If they want to play with you, let them carry their happy behinds here. And my mother would literally say, where I can see them.
Right.
And do you know what would happen? They would come for like maybe 5-10 minutes and then they would leave because that's not what they wanted. They wanted us in their house. So do you see what I mean when I say we need to be really careful about who our friends are, and we need to be really careful about who we choose to be around especially if we're the only Black person in the room. I'm talking parties, I'm talking homes, I'm talking events, whatever you're invited to. Okay. We need to be very careful. There is enough situations that are going on right now where Black people are the only ones in the room and something fishy happens, and all of a sudden they're the only ones that are unalived. And then it's no foul play. We're ruling out foul play. And then we have these families that are stuck with no answers. There's enough evidence to prove that we need to be extremely careful about where we go and with whom we go and with whom our friends are. And I said this the other day as well. Apparently, allegedly, people are, or I should say, the folks are saying that they're advising their kids that, you know, they may want to reconsider having a Black person as a friend because the Black person is becoming a liability. And I said it before and I'll say it again. That's the way we need to think. We need to be the ones to say, we need to reconsider who we have as friends because they are the ones, okay? Not us. Not us. We're not the liability, okay? We're the people who are trying to just see people as I don't see color and this is my friend. And that's not exactly working out for us.
No, it's not.
So that's all I'm saying. Be very, very, very careful. Very careful.
Very careful.
And I have this rule, and maybe it may not resonate with everybody, but for me personally, and it's an old Ghanaian term as well, that if somebody shows you too much teeth, you know, ding, too much teeth. Yeah, you want to be careful with those that are showing you too much teeth, you know, always grinning in your face and overly complimentary and all that kind of stuff. When they're showing you too much teeth, just remember that. I personally have a lot of, I want to say PTSD from going through so much anti-Black racism as a young girl all the way up pretty much my entire life, right?
Sure.
But as early as 6, remembering it. So because of that, I have an automatic barrier, right? So I have limits. I really have limits to how much I can open myself up to non-melanated people. Okay. I'm super cautious and careful about that. And I'm sorry if there are any of the folks that are offended, but that's my choice based on my experiences. And it's my right to choose who I want in my circles, who I want to be close to, and who I trust. All right. So that's my thing. So for me personally, colleague, we can be cool, we can talk. I even give some of them kudos, those that really rock for us, because I'm seeing more and more the folks are on social media. They're like literally riders for Black people. So I can give you that, but that's where it stops. There is still a wall, and I'm just incapable of opening up anymore. I literally cannot, but that's me. So for me personally, there will never be a time where I'm the only Black woman amongst a group of non-melanated people at some party or event or anything else. Never gonna happen. Never. Never, 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 in the words of Taylor Swift, never happening, okay? I see, Vanessa, you said, yeah, justice for Nolan Wells, indeed, as we all should on God. Exactly, yes. I see a lot of people are saying never. You said my parents said the same, right?
Yeah.
Right. Choose your friends regardless of color. Yeah. Don't let others. Yeah. Choose your friends. Exactly. Yep. My parents said the same thing, and it's not like they were mean or anything like that. It's just, they knew what we went through. We knew what we went through. So we were very, very careful. We were very careful. And we're not going and sleeping, no slumber parties, none of that. And to be honest with you, that used to always happen whenever I would ask my parents as a young kid, Now you don't even have to ask me. I don't even have to ask nobody. The answer is always no. No, no, no. Come and sleep over here. I'm good. I love my bed. Let me just sleep in my bed. Unless I travel and I'm at a hotel or something, I'm not interested in staying in people's houses. I'm not. Right? Let me go stay at a hotel. Let me stay at an Airbnb, whatever. I can't do it. Cannot.
Right.
Cannot do it at all. Anyhow, family, that's my information for you today. And I see a lot of people are saying me either. Yeah. You know what, family, just be careful. Just be careful. You know, we as Black people, contrary to what they all want to say, we as Black people are very smart. We're very intelligent. We're very intuitive. We have the gift of discernment. We have all of those things, and we know better. We know better. So trust your instincts. Trust your instincts. When in doubt, don't. Know before you go. Those are my two things. Those are my mottos for life. When in doubt, don't. Know before you go. Remember those two things. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for engaging in the chat. I appreciate you all. I shall see you tomorrow, same time, same channel. And we'll be heading back to Canada because I only deviated from Canada for a second. And I said that I'm going to continue to expose anti-Black racism in Canada. So we'll be back to Canada this weekend. I think for both days, we're going to head back over to Canada. So stay tuned for that. Join me tomorrow at 4:00, Sunday at 4:00, and we'll expose the anti-Black racists in Canada. So I shall see you on the next one. Until then, please be safe. And as usual, before I love you and leave you, if you haven't already done so, make sure to grab the ADNC channel. The African Diaspora News Channel app. All right. I shall see you on the next one. Until then, please be safe, everyone.
In H-Town, we want news that speaks truth, just like we do.
ADNC keeps me informed and him inspired.
We've been through too much to trust mainstream media. This feels like us.
From the D to the diaspora, ADNC is how I stay woke. We binge ADNC like it's Netflix, but smarter.
They speak on us, but never for us. ADNC does.
No fluff, no filters, just the truth daily.
From Wall Street to 125th, we're watching our news.
Download the African Diaspora News Channel app today to stay connected to the culture.
So moving along, he went to a party with 100 white people, and this happened. Lord.
When they reached the edge of the ravine, she looked out over the water and suddenly saw Alonzo. He was just lying there. It almost looked like he was still alive. She knew he wasn't, but he was just lying there so peacefully, almost as if he had fallen asleep in the creek. They were totally shocked that they actually found him on the property, that he hadn't been found yet. So she used the radio to alert Zoe's uncle Edward, then told Billy that they had found his little baby brother's body, and he ran over to the spot that he was. And when he got there, he said it just took everything in him not to run over and grab him, but they knew they had to leave everything untouched. And of course, as soon as they found Alonzo, they knew that something horrible had happened, that there had been foul play involved. And they knew that there was just no way that the search and rescue team and the cadaver dogs, the helicopters, all of that missed him right on the property.
Check it.
There's a scripture in Proverbs that says, woe to those who devise iniquity and plot evil on their beds. And this scripture relates to the case of 23-year-old Alonzo Brooks. And there you see him on the screen right there. Alonzo Brooks attended a party with about 100 people in Racine, Kansas in 2004. At the party, he was only one of 3 Black people there. Now, keep in mind, Lacine, Kansas, at this time has a population of about 93% white and only 0.67% Black. Now, at the party, there was allegedly some racial slurs thrown around, and it created some tension with Alonzo and some of the party goers. Now, similar to Nolan Wells, somehow all the people that Alonzo came with left. And they're saying there was some misconceptions of who Alonzo was going to ride back with. Long story short, at the end of the night, Alonzo never went home. He stayed about an hour away in Gardner, Kansas. And then his family came looking for him, and he stayed missing for a month. After all of the ladies said, the helicopters, the search team, the cadaver dogs, all of those people searched for him. And after the family didn't get any respite from those searches, they decided to form a search party themselves. And they were allowed to go to the property that the house party was on. And within 1 hour, they found his body on the side of the creek on top of some brush. So if there was ever a validated true search for his body, he would have been found, or he was placed there after the search party came. Now, the coroner originally ruled that there was no injuries to his body and, no foul play or whatever. But in 2021, 17 years later, his body was exhumed, and they found out that he had wounds on his body not consistent with the normal decomposition of a corpse, meaning they ruled his death a homicide. Yet, despite a $100,000 reward to this day, still no one has been held accountable. I'm going to let you watch this brief video and summary of what the FBI said, why they didn't find him the first time. Just listen.
A homicide and hate crime 20 years old continues to haunt the family of the young man killed.
Alonzo Brooks was only 23. He was last seen in April of 2004 in Lacine, Kansas. He lived in Gardner, about an hour away from Lacine. His family then found his body a month later after law enforcement's efforts came up empty.
KCTV5's Betsy Webster went to Lacine for a closer look in tonight's KC Unsolved.
Alonzo Brooks came here for a party at a farmhouse along a creek.
And this is the creek that runs behind it, Middle Creek. You can see that it's shallow now, but the banks are high. Ever since his family found him in this creek, they have been asking, how is it that they could find him when a law enforcement search failed? The FBI now has an answer to that question, but they still don't know who killed him.
Alonzo Brooks was the youngest of 5, always wanting to tag along with his older sisters.
Followed us everywhere, everywhere we went.
As he grew to a man of 23, he was the fun uncle to their children.
Playful, liked to joke with everybody.
Then suddenly, he was gone.
It's been 20 years, but it still hurts like it was yesterday.
His sister, Esperanza Roberts, thinks often about what could have been.
Alonzo's missed out on a lot. He's missed out on having a life. We've missed out on seeing that.
Alonzo had gone to a party at this house just outside of Lacine, Kansas. It was a big party in a small town with a population just over 1,000. When Alonzo never came home, his mom called authorities. The Lynn County Sheriff's Office eventually conducted a search, then the KBI. They couldn't find him. 3 weeks later, his family organized a search in the very same place. In just under an hour, they found Alonzo's body, partially on top of a pile of brush and branches in the creek.
I think there's no way if they did an extensive search that they would have missed him.
At least 100 people were at the party, possibly more. Alonzo was one of only 3 people of color, then the only person of color as the night wore on. There were reports of a fight.
The initial interviews that were conducted had some of the partygoers talking about racial slurs being used.
Special Agent Lena Romano was assigned to the case when the FBI reopened it in 2019, 15 years after his death.
The original autopsy was that the cause of death was undetermined.
In 2020, his body was exhumed from his gravesite in Topeka. A federal medical examiner took over with the help of a forensic pathologist. They found injuries inconsistent with normal patterns of decomposition.
From that, they ruled that Alonzo's death was a homicide.
She, too, was curious how the family search succeeded after the law enforcement search failed. She researched the rise and fall of the creek connected to rain in that time frame,
which would allow for anything that was trapped under the really large brush piles to become dislodged and rise to the surface.
So it's possible he was trapped under a brush pile when the first search took place.
Yes.
The FBI is not releasing how he died. Their focus now is finding people who attended the party. Many were underage at the time. The hope is that as adults now, they'll be more forthright.
You're older now. Your parents can't do anything to you. Tell us what happened if you know something.
Even something small, like names of people who were there.
They may assume that we already knew that, but it's a new name and another individual that we can speak to.
When the U.S. attorney reopened the case, Alonzo's father was hopeful. He's since died, but the hope is still alive.
I still feel that there are things that we can do and people we can talk to and advancements in technology that we don't even have right now that may be the key to solving all of this.
We just have faith. We have faith that eventually we're going to find out what happened and we will get some justice.
Betsy Webster, KCTV5 News.
The FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of anyone responsible for Alonzo's death. You can call the FBI at 813.
So we are supposed to believe that, his body might have been under the brush, but then when the tide came, that's when it rose back up. So how many times did y'all search the area? Did y'all just search one day and not come back? And see, this is how these things go. When the law enforcement, the sheriff, the State Bureau of Investigation, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation are all lock, stock, and barrel with the notion or with the ideology like, okay, well, he got out of line at the party. Hey, you know how we do it out here in Kansas? He had to go to the creek. 100 people. And he was the only black boy or black man there. Once again, he was 23. And then after he went missing, like, did anybody question anybody at the house? When his body was found, what type of questions were asked to the party goers or to the owner, right? How many people were at your party? Who do you know? We need names. We need addresses. We need, like cellular activity wasn't as prevalent as it is now, but it was prevalent. MySpace, all of those things there was social media back then too. So if they really wanted to investigate this case and see who killed that young man, they could have easily did it. But once again, the similarities to Nolan Wells' case can't be ignored. Once again, he was with some white friends. The white friends all left throughout the night separately. And then they say, well, no, it was a perceived misunderstanding on how he would be getting a ride home back to Gardner. Doesn't that they was honest about it. Okay, it was a misunderstanding, right? At least we can agree it was a misunderstanding. The people in Nolan Wells' case, well, no, he said he was going to stay out on the island. The girl said, no, he was going back with his friends. So they're not even admitting it was a misunderstanding. But The reason I'm showing all of these cases is to show that this is not a one-time thing. When talking about the death of Nolan Wells. I pulled up several cases and several stories from the days he was found, which was like July the 6th. I've done, 10, 20 stories, and I have 10 or 20 to go. So this thing is a pattern where, once again, when we are in those spaces, when we are in those circles, and something happens to us, there's going to be a protection for the connection. And when the complexion is the whiteness, the protection is the judicial system, and the connection is the people and the families within that small town that will protect whoever did it. Because basically in small towns, when something like that, everybody knows who did it. Because, when things like that, things happen like that, people can't keep silent. They can't keep silent. And so somebody definitely knew back then, and probably somebody knows right now. And just so you know, Lacine, Kansas, and those rural frontier towns, even though it was a free state, still use intimidation and terrorization to terrorize Blacks. And so once again, as I always mention, that energy, that spirit doesn't go anywhere. And in the back of that rural town with those white kids drinking and a Black guy got out of line, one of those old ancestral slave owners, KKK spirit, probably rose up amongst them, and they said, okay, this is what we're going to do. And everybody stay silent. And just like when all the white people in town gathered up and looked and saw a Black person hanging by a rope and went home and ate dinner like nothing happened, that is the capability and the probability of what happened in this case. So rest in peace to Mr. Brooks. But once again, we have to watch our surroundings, especially when out of the way in wide proximity with these peoples. As Psalms 1:1 states, blessed is the man who walks not in the way of the ungodly, or stand in the way of sinners, or sit in the seat of the scornful. So if you want to be blessed, don't continue to go to those places. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBA, still FTP. Pick up NFAC. And all my Black families. It's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside. Slaves and just as power. If you don't know by now, look around me, the darkest hours. Cops squeezing hammers because they don't understand. So we stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight by smoking rich investigations. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the Black community that makes the Black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse.
All right. Nikki Taylor House Publishing. So now we on to white boys warn blacks about hanging around the folks.
We sure did do it. What you think? What you think we do when we take those young men camping with us? We know them boys don't know how to swim. Yeah. You throw them in that water. We say, swim, boy, swim. Whoa, learn how to swim, boy. You can't do it. You can't do it, boy.
Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. All praises due to the Most High. And there's a scripture that says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. And you heard what that white man said. Since the Nolan Wells death, a lot of white people have been coming out, some in direct nature like these, just basically telling you, this is what we do to y'all. There's other people as well who are on the other side of the spectrum, good white people, I'll say, who is explaining to people, yes, we have family members that feel this way towards black people. Yes, I was raised in a household that feels this way towards black people. Just listen to this man who pretty much gives a warning to black people about hanging around all white people.
Due to all the continuous social injustice that we've been watching in this country for the last couple hundred years, and specifically Nolan Wells and Cohen Wiley, I will be spending this entire week pissing off racists. So stay tuned. If you've been following me for any amount of time, you should know that I am top tier at rage baiting, especially when it comes to white racist people. I know exactly what to say to call them all out of the woodwork. And I'm not talking about the big, loud racists, which are actually the most safe ones because you can actually spot the devil because he's telling you that he's the devil. I'm talking about the casual racists that sit next to you in church and comment in your videos and tell you hi and smile at you. And the reason I'm so good at this is because I know thy enemy. I was raised by thy enemy. I was on that team. I know all of the playbook. And it does suck a little bit because a lot of times when I do this, people that I know and love will stand up and show themselves a racist. But it's also great because I need to know to keep those people at arm's length. I grew up in a very small, very white town. I have, for the majority of my life, dated black women. I have a black girlfriend who's going to be my wife very soon. And then these white people from my hometown wonder why I say all these things to piss them off so that I can spot the racist because I have to bring her home sometimes. And I just like ousting you guys on my platform with 180-some thousand followers so everybody can know that you're a piece of shit. So let's start it off. All of you white people who start saying things like yo and homie and son when a black person comes around, even though you don't talk like that and they don't talk like that, makes you racist. You just assume that's how all black people talk and want to be talked to, you weirdo. White people who say things like, I just don't see racism that much. That's called privileged. You are privileged that racism isn't even on your radar. Most white men who are racist because they feel inferior to black men. The majority of white men who say that they love black women just have a sexual fetish for them. The same sexual fetish that their ancestors had when they owned them. White people care more about dogs than they do about black people because they saw Mike Vick get 2 years in state prison and still called for him to get the death penalty. At the same time, everybody stayed silent when white Brock Turner got caught in a girl and got 3 months house arrest. Black people don't hate white people as individuals. They hate them as a system, and white people hate black people as individuals and other minorities, and that is the issue. If you have always lived in a small white town, even though there's a few Spanish people or a couple black people living in it, you don't know anything about racism or injustice because you guys are the oppressors. I know that by experience by how Weatherly, Pennsylvania treated the Matoses when they moved into Weatherly. You guys called them the SPIC word constantly. You guys brought a carload of people up to their house with dogs to try to fight their entire family when they were in middle school. And fuck it, let's just call out a specific town, Weatherly, Pennsylvania, where I'm from. A lot of y'all are racist, and you know you are. All
right, and so he pretty much spewed a lot of the things that I say on the channel. Just because a white person sleeps with you doesn't make them, unracist. And it's strange to me that once again he's talking about the sexual fetish that they have, but he has a black girlfriend. So I'm just kind of okay, my buddy. You know, I hope she doesn't end up like a lot of these cases we have seen. But pretty much it's the overall system that he was talking about, the privilege and things like that. So once again, white people are opening up, realizing that, listen, yeah, it is a system and that allows cases like Nolan Wells to be prosecuted. But this guy's a little bit nefarious. He goes a little bit deeper in just the overall hatred of black people by white people. Just listen.
We never intended them to be anything other than a slave. But they began to grow in number and in power, and eventually they fought their way to some freedom. So we became even more cruel, and to keep our black Americans down, we lynched, but yet they rose. So then we used the welfare system, the criminal justice system, to keep them down, to contain them, to destroy them, but yet they rose and they're rising. Then we built prisons and jails to hold them. Yet they rose. And so now we are doing exactly what the Pharaoh did at the end, sending out a decree, kill them. So until we admit that when we wrote this Constitution that all men are created equal, that we never intended to include our black brothers and sisters, our nation may end up facing exactly what the Egyptians faced when they refused to let God's people go. So I'm going to say this to my white fellow Americans, that the bloodshed that is on its way is not on the hands of our fellow black Americans, but is on our hands. We are the ones that...
And he said what a lot of people feel, that we are the true people of God and we are under this oppressive system by the white people. And it's going to come a point where they have to let our people go or there's going to be bloodshed. He detailed all the history of murder and oppression of black people from slavery to the Jim Crow to the prison systems to now, where they have seemingly issued a decree. All right, let's kill them. We can't destroy them. You know, they keep multiplying and multiplying like Pharaoh did. Their women are strong, their men are strong, their children are strong. So we just got to kill them. We just got to kill. There's more. Like, let's listen to this Caucasian man explain what's really going on.
You know, a couple people done asked me what I think about this Nolan Wells situation. Well, let me tell you something. One lone black boy goes out with, what, 10, 15 white boys? And just so happens to not return home? Yeah, there's something a little bit fishy about that. From what I understood, y'all took him to a secluded island. He got off to go with a girl, but the girl said he got out to go with y'all. Y'all knew he was gone at 3 p.m. You didn't say anything until that night of July 4th? Yeah. More racist shit. No other opinion of mine. My opinion is that they killed that boy. My opinion is that they're lying.
And that is what everybody is saying. So if the white people are telling us this, why is some black people say, well, it has nothing to do about race. We have to wait till the investigation. We have to let the authorities do their job. They're literally telling you what they have done, what they have been doing, what they are doing, and what they are soon to do. And we would be delusional to ignore these. Just listen to one. I got one more because this guy really goes in about the situation.
If you got a little Nolan well, what in the actual is going on down in Mississippi? So listen, if you got a little time, let me walk you through this, because this shit is wild. I try to stay out of it until you get all the details, but since they're circling the wagons and refusing to help authorities, I'm going to tell you what I think is going on. This picture right here, you will see Nolan and 4 of his friends that went on a boat party on July 4th. Only 4 of them returned without Nolan. His cell phone back to his mother. What the claiming they haven't seen him since 3 p.m. These people right here remember seeing them partying and throwing beer cans and causing a ruckus and starting fights all the way up until 7:30 p.m. You want me to believe a friend of yours that you've known for years goes missing in Mississippi for hours and hours and hours, and you not only don't look for him, but then you go home without him, without calling the cops, and you just bring his phone back to his mom. And then there's this video right here. Did you hear it? There is clearly an argument going on shore where they clearly say, you, you're not getting on the boat. Even though they didn't have time to call the police or start an investigation right away, they had plenty of time to deactivate all their social media. To mention, these little parents are judges, doctors, and other high-ranking members of the community. Let me see if I can play out what exactly happened here. Noah goes out on a boat with 4 of his friends. There is some sort of argument on shore. If a fight ensued, took him back out on the boat. I allegedly believe they did something to him. Then came back to the same spot they were in, partied all the way past 7:30 p.m. Have witnesses saying you were there, remember. Then brought his belongings back to his mom. Look, I hope I'm fucking wrong here, but things aren't adding up. None of it makes sense. None of it adds up to something benign happened. We all need to be saying his name, even if they didn't. Each and every.
There's another white man pretty much laying out what probably happened, and I know I said that was going to be the last one, but here is another one that you need to listen to as well.
Fuck that. You know who's really has to pay for it? The black people to get pulled over at 10 o'clock at night on the dark highway. That's who we need to really worry about, because they escalate things on the side of the road. Now they're pulling you out of your car in front of your children. Yeah. We're always talking about getting in the military, becoming cops. In Philly, there was a band called Arresting Officers. They were a neo-Nazi band, which one of them later on becomes a cop. And the reason why the band's called Arresting Officers is because the arresting officer who's arresting someone gets to have the most fun with black people. I had the swastika on my neck. Yeah. Wherever I would go to different compounds, I would say stuff like, you should get rid of that tattoo because we need you to become cop. We got to stop doing this. We got to stop having these things on us. We need you guys to join the military.
It switched from shaved heads and combat boots and swastikas to we need to look like your neighbor, like a normal person that could then be recruited because the real power happens within authority. What happened to them? Do you know?
A couple of them lost their jobs. They didn't fire them because it was the right thing to do. I want to be honest with you. They fired them because they knew if any defense attorney ever found this stuff out, they would destroy whatever case they had against somebody, because there was others that they let stay that they knew.
These are not the people you want within your ranks. If you want people to respect you.
Yeah, but also, fuck that. You know who's really has to pay for it? The black people to get pulled over at 10 o'clock at night on the dark highway. That's who we need to really worry about, because they escalate.
So this is basically a Nazi white supremacist telling you, look, they have said, no, stop wearing the swastika. Stop letting everybody know you're racist so you can join the police department. So you can be a lawyer, so you can join the military, the Coast Guard, so you can be a fireman, so you can have these positions of authority and power so you can enact that hatred on black people. And that is what we see while black people are getting pulled out of the car, shot by police. Once again, let's not get distracted. Nolan Wells' case is very important, but daily they are still killing and shooting us under the badge of law and order. And so let's not get too distracted with this case. It's very important, but there's so many cases sitting right on my desk where they're still killing young black men and beating up black women in their police capacity every day. So as one of my homeboys in the streets always tells me still to this day, we gotta stay dangerous. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Be watching telehouse publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into telehouse publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into telehouse publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work, where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBA, still FTP. Big up in FAC. And all my black families. It's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when it comes to see 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside. Ladies and just as power. If you don't know by now, look around. We the darkest hours. Cops squeeze their hammers. They don't understand. We stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight from the rich investigate. You got your telehouse publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into telehouse publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into telehouse publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse publishing, telehouse publishing, telehouse publishing, telehouse publishing.
Thank you, Taylor House. So that's straight from the horse's mouth. Don't have no dealings with these people.
Like to say before we even get into this is that it's taken me a while to make some of these videos. I get that, but I be on a lot of lives and I be hooked in the lives and getting more prominent information. And it's like every day I'm learning and I'm soaking it all up to hear with Africans and Haitians and Jamaicans and other group of people have to say. Most of it I already know, but sometimes you come across information that's just vital. For example, I found out that the AU, which, they call us the Region 6 of the United States, Black Americans, blah, 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 right? These people have been working with the Democrats to basically mislabel us as African American and to do all types of shady nonsense. I'm going to make a video on this because I don't want to speak too much on it because I want to stay on Godfrey, but I'm going to make a video on that because the things I heard from those people is ridiculous, as well as they're all Pan-Africanists, right? They're Africans who are Pan-Africanists. And there's one American who is a super Pan-Africanist, and he's working with them. He's been hurting us the whole time. He's one of the biggest people who has been holding us back as Black Americans to get what we need done. But yes, with that being said, let's take a look at a few of these videos, these clips that I found, because they're quite interesting, particularly the David Aiello that just threw me off. But this is why we don't want people speaking for us. As we know, Godfrey is wishy-washy. And what I mean by that, he says good things and then he says bad things. He says things as like, oh, a Black woman invented this. Did you know this? And he also I think he also knows that Black Americans were already here in America, but still persist on calling this African Americans. That shit don't boggles my mind, and they all do it. Everybody does it. You're African American. You're African American. You're African American. It's a political term. It's a title that's been pushed on us so that everybody who is a melanated other person, aka a MOP, is now joined into us. But soon that'll be over. Mark my words, that will be over. You won't be able to do it. I believe you get fined if you even try it on top of that. But with that being said, please like, comment, subscribe. Let's get into these videos.
What's wrong? Godfrey said, yeah, they keep making fun of me being African. And she goes, and I will never forget, she goes, well, at least their ancestors weren't slaves. See, at least you have something to connect to. They don't. It's coming. And I go, wow, that's the truth. She goes, that's coming from trauma. That's coming from insecurity.
Yeah,
but you don't understand that as a 12-year-old. You're just like, they're just making fun of me. Most 40-year-olds don't understand. Right, no doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was just going to add to that. This is like that trauma I get now as an adult, but I don't think a lot of, like Black Americans understand the trauma that also caused, because, if you're participating, and you saw it throughout movies, you saw it throughout music. I mean, all of it kind of crapped on the Black African immigrants who came in.
I'm starting to wonder if this 154 podcast is just going to be all about Black Americans. I mean, do they have any other material? We don't have anything to connect to. At least you don't come from slaves or whatever he said. It's like, since when were Black Americans ashamed of our past, ashamed of our history? If anything, we celebrate our history. We celebrate our pioneers and our leaders, Harriet Tubman and all those people who got us to where we are now. Like, we're not ashamed. We're not traumatized by slavery. He's talking about, like, as a 12-year-old child, it's like he just didn't realize that at that time that all the bullying that he experienced was as a result of the trauma that Black Americans had from being descendants of slaves. Does that even make sense to you? I have a 14, almost 15-year-old son. I'm pretty sure that whatever he goes through at school has nothing to do with being a descendant of slaves. I don't think that that's what his trauma is probably related to Roblox. I mean, guys, like, let's be for real here. His whole explanation was a cop-out. Whatever that lady was that told him that was a straight up cop-out. Kids make fun of each other because that's what kids do. Like, we don't have anything to connect to. We can connect to each other. We connect to our ancestors who were slaves. So what, you can't connect to your ancestors just because they were a slave? Do that even make sense? So we can't connect to anything that doesn't connect to Africa. So the only way that we can have a connection to something is if it's from Africa, is basically what he's saying. That's basically what they really think, for real. Oh, you guys don't have a connection to Africa that you can pinpoint. So that means that you don't have a connection at all, and you're just traumatized, and everything that you do is based off of trauma because you can't remember Africa. But we have main character syndrome, but we think we the center of the earth, that we think we the center of the universe, the center of the fucking world. I think that's starting to sound more and more that that's what these folks think.
There's all these terms, but to just go, I'm disappointed. None of you motherfuckers are my parent. David Oyelowo has apologized, but British Black people do not have a perspective of American Blacks.
Get it.
But the fact is that these mistakes need to happen. So we can talk about it. So we can have people going, damn, I fucked up. I think David probably didn't mean it that way, but the British Black experience is so different than the Black American experience. He probably was like, no, it's a little subservient. They don't know any better.
I think people were responding because we appreciate the fact that, although your heritage is Nigerian, listen, I've been through all the arguments with ex-boyfriend, Nigerian, the whole nine. So I understand.
Yeah, but I grew up in Chicago.
We were a little surprised by your reaction.
I don't give a fuck what y'all were thinking, because I didn't make him say that.
I didn't say it.
I didn't make him say that. So fuck all of that. Because you all sit there and try to pick at the smallest shit, waiting for us to fuck up. First of all, me and Akbar grew up in Crenshaw. All right. I grew up in Chicago, some of the blackest cities around. Chicago's the most segregated city in this country. So I know what Black Americans are like, because I was stopped by cops, harassed by cops, called nigga, the whole nine. Okay, so I'm a little bit different, but that show, what our show is, it's just 9-10 months. We're doing really well. It's needed. Nothing's gonna be perfect. So when someone goes, I didn't like your reaction, you're not my fucking parent, first off. And I'm the first person. If I fuck up, I'll go, man, my bad. But David said it. David said it. So to villainize me is bullshit. That's black shit. Just trying to have something to bitch about. See, what we're doing is we're trying to work out our kinks. People are traumatized. Black Americans are traumatized. Caribbeans are traumatized. Africans are traumatized. Everybody's traumatized. Black women are traumatized. Black men are traumatized. So this is all coming from trauma. And this should be a therapeutic podcast. Got to talk about these things. But to just go, I'm disappointed. None of you motherfuckers are my parent. None of you. Nobody's perfect talking shit to me. You do a podcast and do better then. But my thing is I'm doing this for the good of all of us to bridge a gap and all this, oh, you're a tether, you're a this, you can eat a dick. I'm just not talking to you, miss. I'm just saying in the general.
Okay,
but you can eat a dick
understand.
for real. I'm a tether, I'm a this, all these terms for a bunch of traumatized black folk. It's like, first of all, I'm a very well-read man when it comes to black life. Very well read. I've done mounds of going to see the minister, a Savior's Day, all kinds of shit. I met Stokely Carmichael. I met Francis Cress Welsing. I met all these people. Did you? I can question a lot of people on that.
Listen, I was in college at the same time. Let me just say real quick.
You know what I mean? If we're gonna do a measure on blackness, I'll probably stomp most of you. It's not sensitivity. It ain't sensitivity. Don't fucking ever say that to me. Okay. It's not sensitivity. It's passion because I'm on point. I'm not here to make you like, don't try to play good guy. Like, you're getting sensitive. No, this is passionate shit. And I'm real about it. When people go, oh, you shouldn't have done, fuck all of that.
I know, but what I'm trying to tell you is you keep flicking off, Godfrey. I wasn't.
What'd you say?
Like that. I'm telling you, you've always represented that.
Always, but then you get one little thing, and you guys, as much as I speak up for black women, what do you think that does to me in this business when I'm speaking up for you guys? I speak up for you motherfuckers all the time. Most celebrities in Hollywood don't say a goddamn thing about y'all. And I'm always opening my mouth for you guys. I try my best. But I do one thing. You guys just go off. I get it.
All right.
I speak up for you, motherfuckers.
Everything is not a diaspora war just because people respond to being disrespected. What David Oyalewo said about a Black Southern accent being a slowed down version of a Nigerian accent with some subservience to it, that shit was disrespectful. And Black Americans, specifically Black Americans from the South, have every right to name that type of verbiage is one, not only egregious, but two, egregious for a man who actually played the role of one of our most prominent Black American leaders from the South. And it's not a diaspora war that someone has to point out the distinction being made and this almost hierarchical type of language that makes him establish some type of regalness within his own culture that he doesn't find within Black American culture, yet benefits and profits off of it. It is okay to name that. It is okay for Black Americans to say with our full chest that too many people talk out of turn when it comes to our culture without knowing our history. And it is not a diaspora war to have the expectation that people give fucking deference and respect to Black American culture if you're going to come over here to work, live, and benefit from the culture. Now, there has since been an apology, but it doesn't negate the harm. And it doesn't negate that we be minding our whole ass business and somehow a conversation about something Black Americanness ends up coming out of the mouths of people who are not Black.
Okay, let's talk about Godfrey. I actually have a balanced perspective on Godfrey because I actually knew Godfrey. I hung out with Godfrey a few times in the village, because back in the day, I was trying to be a rapper and Godfrey was trying to be an actor, comedian, and we're both from Chicago. So we're gonna talk about why people are talking about Godfrey, because Godfrey was crashing out.
Celebrities in Hollywood don't say a goddamn thing about y'all. We're gonna do a measure on blackness. I'll probably stomp most of you.
I knew Godfrey from the scene in the village. Everybody kind of did. And I'm gonna give a balanced perspective. So before I say something negative, I'm gonna say something positive. So I'm gonna say positive first. Godfrey was cool. Like, he was cool. Like, he had a cool personality, cool temperament. Okay. Like, number one, he was a cool person, cool temperament. However, I'm gonna be honest. I was shocked when I started seeing videos of Godfrey being pro-Black. Shocked. And let me say why. And Godfrey, he can't deny this. Godfrey was known
because he stayed chasing after snow bunnies. Like, I mean, everybody knew that. Like, everybody knew Godfrey stayed up under a snow bunny. He was in the village looking for snow bunnies. Like, snow bunnies was just his thing. Like, he was a cool person, but snow bunnies was just like that's how people knew Godfrey. You know how people be like, oh, that's the person that does this, and Godfrey, it was like Godfrey was the dude who just was always around a snow bunny. Like, that's what he chased. So when he started saying all this pro-Black stuff, I was in shock. I'm not gonna lie, because like he was very like whitey washed. He wasn't a straight, like, I wouldn't say that he was a raccoon or anything like that, because he wasn't like shucking and jiving, but he was definitely whitey washed. He was like one of those guys that kind of seemed like they wanted to be on that side more than on this side. It's not that he was still circulating with everybody. He wasn't like completely like separated, but we definitely pegged him. Remember, I was a rapper, as one of those guys who seemed like that's the side he kind of wanted to hang out with, like more, like that's who he affiliated himself with. And anybody can tell you from that time period that that's what he was on. I mean, if he's honest, he'll say that too. So for Godfrey to say like, nobody, all these celebrities, I'm the only one that talks about y'all, like supports y'all. He's not wrong on that. And that is problematic. It is problematic when the only people you have standing up for your community on some level is a Nigerian and a Dominican, Cardi B. He's not wrong for calling that out. And it's actually disgusting that our own people who are celebrities, and I keep saying this, won't say our community's name, won't defend our community, won't talk about our community. It's absolutely disgusting. So he has a point there. Not saying, he's fine or whatever, but he has a point. Not saying that I agree that he's been, championing us. We don't need that. I mean, we will champion ourselves, right? But him saying like, yo, like basically saying your people don't even stand up for y'all. And I'm trying to stand up for y'all. I don't really care about, not in a mean or nasty way that he doesn't stand up for us, but we can stand up for ourselves as a group. We don't necessarily need other people to stand up for us. It's cool, but it's not a need. What we need is our own friggin' community who are celebrities that we got them there by going to watch them and getting them famous to stand up and speak up for us. So he's right on that one, is where like, it's a shame that our own people don't even speak our name. However, Godfrey, this is what people are upset about. You're like, well, David said that. I didn't say that. But what we're upset about is this part.
Fuck up, I'll go, man, my bad. But David said it.
Godfrey, David said it, but then you did this.
If you take the Nigerian accent like this and you slow it down, you put a lot of slavery in there.
Facts.
And then,
Godfrey, when you say facts, that is a strong suggestion that you agree.
and you start to put a little bit of subservience in it, this is what starts to happen.
Man,
it starts. It is.
Now we are free again. Now we are free.
Now, Godfrey, David might have said it, but you were definitely flowing right along with him, talking about facts and like you were in the church agreeing with the pastor. That's why everybody came for you, because you were acting like the pastor was preaching and you were in complete agreement with the pastor. You didn't stop him and say, hey, I'm not feeling that. Is with, I guess, Godfrey and paradigms or prototypes like Godfrey, because Godfrey isn't alone in this situation. A lot of second generation immigrants, I feel like, don't know quite where they belong. And let me go into this, because I grew up in Chicago, and Chicago has an extremely large immigrant population. And I had a lot of friends who were from other countries, and we got along fine. We had a great time. Most of them were not ignorant or anything like that. However, a lot of people who were not either foundational, indigenous, whatever you choose to call yourself, Sulan, or YT, struggled with identity, struggling to know where they belonged. I remember being in high school, and if somebody was Puerto Rican, I feel like if there wasn't like a huge population of them, they tried to be one or the other. Like they didn't know who they were, because also too, they were raised in America. They were born in America. A lot of second generation immigrants have absorbed our culture because they don't really know their culture back home like that, except for from their parents. And they either want to be with the YT, or they try to come into our culture, or they try to find somebody else, people of color. They try to find somebody else to latch onto as a group. And I feel like they have a struggle of identity. They don't know. And so in order for them, and their parents do this too, but for them, in order for them to survive, they jump in and out of different loyalties when it suits them, like when the context suits. And I feel like Godfrey was doing that. So if they are in a situation where it's beneficial to kind of throw us under the bus to get YT favor, they will do that. When it's in a situation where it is in their benefit to get benefits from us, or to be down with us, or to be cool, or to do a song and be like, oh, I'm, we've delineated now, but back in the day, well, I'm part of this culture too, even though they're not. And I'm cool, see, because you guys think they're cool now, so I'm cool, so they jump into that. If it's about getting a benefit that we're getting, then they'll be friends with us to get that. If it's, they'll leapfrog into different communities to get the benefits, and they'll be loyal. They know each community's angst. They know, they've studied, because they're outsiders still. They've studied each group to know what each group likes and doesn't like, and what the dynamics are on a surface level. So they play into those dynamics. A lot of Hispanics do this. A lot of, Caribbean, African, Asians, even Asians, they all do it. And they play both sides, all sides, to be able to survive, to get benefits, to advance, to progress. And this is what people see in Godfrey, and this is why they struggle. And even back in the day when I wasn't really paying attention, I could see that in him. And I just think this is a play or strategy. I think it comes out of survival, that a lot of second generation raised here do. And I think that delineation is really messing everybody up, because it's stopping that game. It's stopping all that. It's like, whoa, you can't say that you're for us, but then when you get your little British African friend that comes down to sit with you, you can't he and giggle with him against us like that. It's not, we're not all one anymore. We're not all one. We're not all the same people anymore. So delineation is shutting that down. You can't play, and you can't. Before we would have accepted that, because we'd be like, okay, it's just, we're all one people. We need to be educated, whatever. We're not playing that game anymore. If you're going to be down for us, then you got to be down for us when a whitey person goes in your face, when a British, whatever African comes in your face, when a Nigerian, when a Ghanaian, when a South African, when a Brazilian, when a Hispanic, when a Asian, it doesn't matter. We're not doing fair weather friends anymore. And I understand that this has been a strategy that came out of survival and necessity for people who were born in this country and don't really have strong roots back home, but they're not quite us, and they just don't know where to fit in. And so they try to make it work with everybody. That is done. It is dead. You can't play that game with us anymore. We have delineated. You're either for us or you're not.
Godfrey made another career-ending mistake today, and I like Godfrey, but there's no excuse for this. This is unforgivable. This is just really, really, really terrible. So this is an extension of the previous backlash that he was getting for bringing on the actor David Oyelowo. This dude, David Oyelowo, he was wildin'. This dude reinforced every negative stereotype of an uppity African. You know how they consider all Africans uppity Africans, but not all are uppity? This dude is an uppity African. This dude came on his podcast and said things like Black Americans were jealous of him. That's why they are upset he played MLK. They just jealous he's good at what he does. This dude was arrogant. He was pompous. This dude was condescending as hell. This dude definitely reinforced a stereotype of how uppity Africans think they're better than Black Americans. He for sure think he better. If you are a conscious brother, regardless of what your nationality is, you would watch that podcast and have an issue with it. You will be disturbed watching that podcast. I can't put into words how disturbing that podcast is. This dude at some point said the American accent is a slowed down version of the Nigerian accent with a hint of slavery and a hint of subservient. All right, man. Why? Why? Now, in the moment when he said it, nobody in the room checked him, including Godfrey.
If you take the Nigerian accent like this and you slow it down, you put a lot of slavery in there, and then you start to put a little bit of subservience in it. This is what starts to happen to the Nigerian accent.
Man,
it goes because literally, if you're down here and you start to speed it up, and then you start to take all the thing out of it, then before you know it, you're talking like this. Now we are free again. Now we are free. We are released.
Hey, that was a smooth transition.
You see that?
Damn.
You have to study it. You have to study it.
Godfrey has a track record of sticking up for Black Americans and Black culture in general. But in this moment, not only did he not step in, Godfrey even chimed in and said, facts. And when he sped up the Nigerian accent, he says, freedom, finally. So he's co-signing that the American accent is just a slowed down Nigerian accent with a hint of slavery and a hint of subservient. Right? As if Africans are more militant than Black Americans, right? Again, this just falls and reaffirms all the negative stereotypes of Africans would pretend to be pro-Black in the public, but then behind closed doors, or when another African come in the room, they chuckle, right? And they disparage and they go against Black Americans. And again, this just reaffirms all the suspicions Black Americans already have of Africans because, again, Godfrey is one of the most pro-Black, super militant, Nation of Islam, Farrakhan, like he is pro-Black as pro-Black can be when no Africans are in the room. But when an African come in the room, all of a sudden, he's making jokes like the Black American accent is just a slowed down African accent with a hint of slavery. Now, Van Lathan and other people were really upset about this, and they spoke out against it. I think even Karen Hunter, Godfrey Oldballs, she spoke out against Godfrey. So a lot of people was upset about this clip as well as other clips.
See, Black Americans, you didn't run from your homeland like these Africans and Haitians and island people and these people from South America. You know, because their own people were killing them and fighting against them. So they had to come over where you at, Black Americans, to stir up conflict with your race of people. Because, you know, you stood your ground, Black America. You stood your ground. You stayed here doing slavery. You stayed here doing Jim Crow, redlining, and way before that. All kind of different things, civil rights movement, civil and all kind of different things. Affirmative action to help these people. But you got to think, these people never liked you. They was always taught to not like Black Americans because you are something special because you didn't run from your homeland. You didn't run at all. They had to run to come to be where you at because them same type of people that they was running from, you know, they try to inflict that on Black Americans, you know, like talk to us down, you know, like you better. But you got to think about it. A lot of these people come off mud roads. They lived in the jungle. You know, they didn't have the life you did, even though that Black Americans went through a lot of oppression through the Caucasian people, but you didn't run. You stayed in your own homeland. These people run and they come over here and they get in your community and want to be like you, Black America. So people like Gilbert Gottfried and all these other actors and stuff, you got to think about it. They want to be like Black Americans. That's why they don't like you, because you do it better.
See, I don't know why Drewski was poking fun at Black Brits.
Me either, but it was funny.
Seems to me that he's jealous. Isn't it?
Jealous.
Sure.
Jealous.
I don't know.
We don't know.
It's not like it's hard to do a Black American accent.
Tell us, show us how it's done, man.
Right?
Show us how to
See,
do the accent.
all you do, you follow me, right? All you do is do Nigerian accent.
Whoa,
you
how'd
put
you do that?
whip and chain in it. You put slavery in it.
Oh my God.
Then you slow it down.
Okay, slow it
And
down.
you put a little bit of subservience in it.
Oh, holy shit. What the fuck? You okay?
Then you put a little bit of chilies in it.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, what the fuck?
Then you put a little bit of fried chicken.
Fried chicken.
Maybe some cornbread, right?
Where the fuck did you get that going
from?
on? Where did you
And
get
you
that
won't
from?
even be able to tell that I'm doing a Black American accent.
Yes, we can. We can tell. Okay. We can tell.
You might even think that I'm sounding like Denzel Washington.
Hell the fuck no.
Or maybe Michael B.
No,
Jordan.
the fuck you don't. Hell the
Not
fuck
even
no.
that.
Not at all.
Okay. Follow me now. Give me a chance now.
Horrible. No more chances. No. No
And
more
then you
chances.
speed it up, and then you get Nigerian accent all over again.
Yeah, fuck
Wasn't
no.
that brilliant?
Not at all. No. Get the fuck out.
Well,
get the
to
fuck
be
out now.
fair,
country.
Ali says more than 2 feet of rain has fallen, just like in Uvalde, for example, since Monday. And Fox Weather's Robert Ray joins us live there this morning. Uvalde being hit hard. I just was talking to one guy who in the middle of the night left his house because it was just coming down so hard, and he hasn't been back since. Can't even get to it if he wanted to.
Yeah, that's the story here in Uvalde. It's really catastrophic flooding. As a matter of fact, guys, my photographer and I cannot get to each other. He's on the other side of town. He's been trying to get to where I'm at. We just can't. All the roads are flooded. You see the blocks behind me with first responders. And look at this video that I shot when the sun came up here. And it is just inundation of water everywhere. Nearly 2 feet of water has fallen this week. All of this new precipitation came in the middle of the night between 1 and 3 a.m. It was just awful. 3 to 4 inches of rain falling per hour, wind coming through, tornado warnings in the area, and everything here that has water, river, stream, creek, basically blew up once again, just like it did the past couple days. I mean, yesterday we were on the front lines of first responders as they were rescuing over 24 people, not only from the ground, but the air. And we thought, okay, this is really bad. And then you wake up to this morning, it's even worse. And now rain starting to come in here and more rain on the way throughout the afternoon. That is not going to do any good here to a situation that is very dangerous. Evacuations they're trying to evacuate people. They are in rescue mode, and now big time rain coming down, guys. This broadcast is on an iPhone Live View app because I can't reach my photographer. So if this shot goes down, it's because all of a sudden we're getting a deluge coming down. Back to you as more rain coming down. Hill country just taking it on the chin. It's got to end at some point, and pray for everybody. Yeah, Robert.
Psalms 106:11 says, "But the water drown their enemies." Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. And yet we hear another flood. This time it is in what they're calling the hill country of Texas, where several counties are being flooded out and still more rain to come. And that reporter's last statement rang clear to me. He said, well, hill country is taking it on the chin right now. It's got to end at some point. And that's how most people who watch my channel feel. We keep taking it on the chin, and it got to end at some point. Now, I want you guys to take a look at these counties that are being hardest hit in this most recent flood. I think last week it was Missouri, where a bunch of sundown towns where Black people don't stay got hit. But just take a look at these demographics of the particular counties in the hill country that are being hit. One of the counties is Kerr County, that was settled by a bunch of German settlers. And the current population of melanated people in that region, original African people, are 1.31%. And this next county, Kendall County, only has a Black population of 0.71%. And let's go to Gillespie County, where Fredericksburg is being hard hit. And Gillespie County has a population of only 0.31% Black. And then we have Uvalde County, which you saw on that news report, that only has a population of 0.44% Black. And Blanco County, the last county, has a population of 0.6% Black. So out of all of these counties, there's probably only an average of like 0.7 Black population in these counties. So what does that tell you? Yep, these are sundown towns. A lot of these towns still have restrictive covenants in place to prevent Black people from buying land, buying houses, starting businesses, et cetera, et cetera. And this is why I believe that the Most High is hitting these places. Just take a look at another news report from these counties full of non-methylated people, which are scrambling for protection.
I want to go out to their coverage right now. They are talking about flooding concerns in Kerr County. Let's listen in.
Already lit up, and the emergency services got here and said, oh, everybody's already out. Okay, so and then they moved on, which was a validation of this entire system. You know, like I said, new technology, real world tragedy avoided within its first year of use, so we're very proud of that.
These were just installed, 3 months ago?
3 months ago, yes.
In real world, showing it in real life early this morning.
That's right.
And we did start, we're going to walk over there and show you the one that is still up, but we did start with this one just to give you an idea of how much water and how quickly that water moved and how much force was behind it, because how much concrete
That's
is
right. There's 3 foot of concrete underneath that. You can probably see it on the camera. There's 240 pounds of concrete. It pulled it out of the ground. Now, it's to be said that was, an hour or two after it had done its job, but the water was still rising at that stage. At that stage, it had done its job. We lost the equipment. Okay, we're going to come back, reinstall that ASAP so that it's ready to go for the next flood.
Awesome. Okay, let's then walk to the one that is still standing. It's right over here. There, like you said, there were 6 of them, and this one went off too. You're going to see us walk, and it's a good ways away and a good ways from the river, but the water got that high, and that is.
So here they're talking about some equipment that they put in place because they knew this was coming. Now, this is in stark contrast to New Orleans, where they made sure the equipment wasn't running. These people will protect their own with all of the technology they have because they know a flood is coming. Now, this is the same area that flooded last year, where all of the white children at Camp Mystic, got flooded out, and everybody was talking about it. This is that same area. And so, once again, we cannot deny the historical context of this particular hill country. Yes, it was settled by Germans, and we all know how Germans feel about other races, as well as it was a slave state, Confederate state, very plantation-like, had a lot of plantations on it. And of course, still to this day, places in Texas are still hanging Negroes and calling them self-unalivements. And so I don't have any way of looking at this but the judgment of the wicked for persecution of the righteous. Once again, we see all of these things going on in the Black community as far as police and white racists. But sometimes God just said, okay, I got y'all. Let me show you. And we just going to destroy all of this over here. And that's what, I think is happening. In the last days, there should be floods and earthquakes in diverse places, wars and rumors of wars. This whole thing is falling apart. But what we have to have faith in is, once again, the righteous. The righteous will be saved from all of this calamity. So we don't have anything to worry about. But also, because of the times and how evil it is, we must be, as the scripture says, wise as serpents, gentle as doves. We must watch as well as pray. You know what I mean? And in one scripture, the Savior told the disciples, look, sell your coat. He who doesn't have a sword, sell your coat and buy a sword. You know what I mean? So it's those types of times that we living in, but we, once again, always take comfort in the fact that, in the end, we all win, because once again, this is what is happening in those places that historically and currently prevent us from being there. Just look, and this is without words, so we can just see how the Most High is destroying these towns by natural resources. Look at the car dealership. That's, that all of those cars are flooded out. Houses, land. This is what he means when he says, well, he will avenge those who are oppressed. He will lay judgment on the wicked. The violence of the wicked will return on their own head. Keep in mind, there is no Black people who live in these areas. And so this is a whole town. I don't quite know which town this is, but this is one of those towns in what they're calling Hill Country, Texas. So, ladies and gentlemen, the original people of God, once again, we will be spared from all of this. But once again, this is just nothing but the judgment, I feel. So all of these towns, you're probably going to see more, as the news reporter said, there is going to be more tonight. So, you know, sometimes we don't have to, as the scripture says, be still and see the salvation of the Lord. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? Stories abroad from literary work where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBA, still FTP. Big up NFAC and all my black families. It's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when it comes to deceit. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside us. Ladies and gents, power. If you don't know by now, look around. We the darkest hours. Cops squeeze the hammers. They don't understand. We stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Go speculating for the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight from the Richard Vasquez. You watch your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse, 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 Telehouse Publishing.
All right, y'all. This is going to conclude this episode of the Frontline Black News. Appreciate everybody that tapped in and stayed awake with us. So this is going to conclude season 6, episode 35 or 35, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Shout out to Nobby for coming through. So, to KCRSNA. Shout out to Michael for coming through. Shout out to Sunrise for coming through. So, let's see. Val, this is Val coming through. So, to Mac 285 for coming through. Anybody else speaking and not speaking. So, peace, love, light, reparations and separations and delineations and black empowerment. Join us later on for part 2. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all our platforms. And we'll catch y'all on the next one. Peace, love, light, reparations and separations and delineations of black empowerment. Chan Kuma. And Lady Chase signing off from the Mile High Income and Illegal Market for the City. Peace.